T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Tonight Ho ho ho, you filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ha ha ho 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 ho.
It feels so weird having Santa do the intro. It really just does. I feel like I gotta say it. I feel like I gotta say even though it's already been said. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. uh, guess who slept on the couch last night? Me. Guess who's freezing cold right now? Me. Oh man, it's gonna be a rough start for me today, guys. It's gonna be a really rough start. I know I'm like all cheerful and everything. Uh, the title for the show today, guys, there is no spoon. It's a reference to The Matrix. I'm really getting excited. Somebody in our group that I know of has already seen the movie, and I'm really trying to avoid any kind of uh, spoilers. Please don't spoil it for me. That'll ruin my Christmas. Please. No, 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 not in trouble. She's working tonight. Remember, today's Wednesday, though. Today is Wednesday, which means drinky drink when she gets home. Gotta do the nightcap. I just passed out on the couch. I do this very often. If I'm ever in a stream or a space call and Twitter, and you see me in there, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm awake. I pass out on space calls all the time, so just know that. Um, it's kind of been a habit of mine. It's almost like listening to soap operas that make you pass out. Um, it is what it is. But not in trouble with the wife. Not at all. Um, what's going on here? Boy, I'm chilled to the bone right now, guys. I got my hoodie on. I'm freezing. Okay, let's get things together here. Let's give a run through. Let me log into Fidelity and let's take a look at all the data. We have super low volume. The title for the day today is There Is No Spoon, Matrix reference. I want you guys to be prepared for maybe a possible dip incoming. Possible. Because at this rate, by 7 a.m., we'll be lucky to hit like, even if we double our volume, we'll probably be lucky to hit like 40, 90, somewhere between like 70 and 90,000 shares traded. And price is most easily manipulated up and down when volume is low. So knowing that, and knowing that the hedge funds have, let me see what our tally is here. The hedge funds have approximately 32 million shares they have to find by mid-January. 32 million. They recovered 777,000. If you look at the Ortex data down in the bottom right-hand corner, that was the total amount that they were able to find yesterday, according to Ortex. So I don't know if those came from. To me, if I had to guess, those really came from borrowing, because borrowing yesterday was around 550,000 shares. I don't think that they found very many shares yesterday. So I think a lot of it would have come from borrowing. So they're either going to have to borrow or find 32 more million shares by mid-January. Otherwise, those turn into failure to delivers. And I also got a message from somebody. I'll be reading that out here in a little bit. Kind of confirming that there's a large quantity of shares in the meme realm that are stacking. But I'm going to drop the 32 million down to 31 because they found 777, either borrowed or found on the market someplace. They found close to 1 million yesterday. So I'm dropping the number to 31. One of the highest numbers of failure to delivers that we've had to ever stack was back last January, and I think it was 27. So we're counting down here. Counting down. I can't see what you guys are writing because I'm still trying to log into Fidelity and talk at the same time, which you know I can't do two things at once. It does not work like that for me. So now I'm going back to logging in. Ugh, I'm cold. I'm literally shaking, guys. Like you may, I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but I'm shaking right now. That's how cold I am. I woke up before my alarm went off, like just before my alarm went off, and was like, I should go up to the bedroom and get warm. And then my alarm went off. I was like, son of a gun. That's not what I said. I didn't say son of a gun. I said, oh fudge. That's what I said. I'm probably getting you guys cold just shivering like this. I need to go get my cup of coffee so I can get my insides warm. If you're gonna heat yourself up, heat yourself up from the inside first. I'm gonna have to go grab a blanket. Okay, I've updated Fidelity. I'm gonna take you guys over the stats page. Enough of me complaining. But I'm so cold. Price prediction tallies. I said 33 to 35, 33.5 to 36.5. Eric said 30 to 33. Duncan said 29.8 to 32.8. And Monty said 33.45 to 36.45. Duncan and Eric, we are back on track to getting tally points for people who are on the list instead of the missed column getting one. So let's give Eric his tally mark. And let's give Duncan his tally mark. Congratulations to those guys for breaking the trend. Man, that is rough. We got to get those missed columns out of the money. Okay, who wants to buy beers for a mist? Who's this mist guy? Scrolling down to see what short exempt volume was for last night or yesterday. So slightly up, even though volume was down. It was slightly up to 179.919. So 179.9. Our utilization. I'm going to refresh Ortex now. $79.24. Now, if they return shares, that's good. That makes sense. They did return close to 1 million shares, so 79.24 on utilization. Day-over-day price 2.02. Our first indicator. I'm calling it 3 of 3. Why? Because even though it was the last few days were underneath 5%, we had 19% 3 days ago. 19 plus 2 plus 2 is 28. All right, fine. No, it's not. It's 24, but whatever. Excuse me. Let's see here. Let's change that color. I want green. We have our first indicator hitting green, I think maybe ever since I've been tracking this. It seems like it. Format cell. There it is. Our first indicator of the 3 finally signaling. All we need to do now is get short exempt volume up and utilization up, and we'll be getting there. That is the trick. That probably won't start happening until the beginning of January to mid-January-ish. We'll see those numbers drive up pretty quickly. Moving over to the top right-hand side, institutional share ownership, where it says keep up with latest trades with trades. It just goes well. I don't understand why Trey hasn't used that yet. He needs to. Let's refresh this. We're going to start seeing this go down, guys. There's going to be some reporting coming in that's going to. I say it's going to start going down, and then I refresh it, and it says 171.895. That is a new record. Institutional ownership is at a new record. Our last record set on 12/1. It is only a new record by 10,000 shares, but it's a new record. New record set on 12/22. I do expect to see that to go down though. It's probably starting in January sometime. Today's max pain. Yesterday's and Monday's max pain was 28. It's got to be up to 30 by now. Let's go with 29. I'm going to say 29. 29 it is. And last but not least, let's update those options. It's going to, if we have another low volume day with moving green, I don't know. Scrolling down to check out the, that's all. Our lottery ticket winners, which I know that's not what it really is, but that's what we're calling it. At an $85 strike price yesterday, there were 16.5 thousand contracts. There's now 17,000, so it only increased by a small margin. Highest amount of open interest on the call side for a strike price of 40. That's the same as yesterday. It was 19.3 yesterday. Today is 18.6. So the number went down, which means that there's positions that were closed out, potentially not believing as heavily in that $40 strike price any longer. Maybe repositioning for 35, potentially. Volume on the put side, highest amount of volume on the put side is at a $20 strike price. Yesterday it was 11.8 thousand contracts. Today is 12.4. So the puts are starting to get a little more strong on their positions. But there's still a range. There's still a range of $20 between highest amount of volume for strikes and puts, signaling towards $30 being the closing price by the end of the week. In some of the think tanks that I'm in, circles that I'm in, I'm starting to think that there's a potential that we maybe move towards closing out the week where we're at. Like this may be the summary of the rest of our week. Just kind of holding place, and potentially there being some more action starting next week. I tend to agree with that. I think we're in a holding pattern for whatever reason. I don't know why. It could be due to a lack of options. If I scroll down to the next week in options, actually, we'll take a look at it on Stonko Tracker. Let me move a few pages over, and then I'll take you over, and we'll take a look at it together. All right, let's take a look at Ortex first, and we'll take a look at options when we get to Stonko Tracker and see what the loading looks like coming up. Yep, there's Santa Claus.
You filthy.
I forgot to put him away. Sorry. I forgot to say that our estimated current short share interest of the free float is 19.21%, definitely dropping quite a bit there. Current estimated short interest is 98.6 million. So is that okay? That's actually quite a bit down from where we were at. I think yesterday was like 102. A lot of short interests closed out its positions. There's a very strong possibility that they're afraid of a price run up here. Yeah. But on loans came down quite a bit. There it is. 111 down to 105. Now most of that's probably due to the fact that the short interest disappeared, right? Because we didn't see them borrow a whole lot of shares. I would say that most of that came from short interest disappearing or closing positions. Yep, that definitely looks like what it's like. There's a sentiment here. The sentiment is that this thing is going to start rising in price. And if you were borderline or close to losing out on your money, you'd run. You'd leave. You should. That would be the correct thing to do. So short interest going down as much as it did is it's not a great thing for us in the grand scheme of things because we won't see that short interest trapped into having to cover. But it's still a very large number, 98.6 million. It's quite a bit. That's going to probably bring down the. You guys look at it more than I do. What is that? The days to cover. I really don't ever look at it. It's currently reporting 2.35. 7 days ago it was 2.49. So that's going to come down a little bit with that short interest having dropped. But we still have the on average loan age per day still increasing. Loaning amount decreased from 111.15 to 105, but it's mostly short interest. And the on loan average age per day is still really high and increasing. So that's good. Those are good. That's good data. Utilization, there's our decrease. And estimated short share interest of the free float, it's going to be a decrease. So how did our utilization go down? Let's check it out. $105.35. So we take our total shares on loan divided by our utilization. And that gives us a total of 132,950. So that's that big drop that I'm talking about. So yesterday it was 136.6 million shares available to loan. Today it's only 132.9. So out of the total available shares available to loan, oh, son of a gun, I just deleted that number. Give me a second, guys. This is what happens when I'm tired, and sleeping on the couch does not help. Okay, subtracting from that number the total amount of shares on loan, it gives you the number that is available left to borrow. Now, yesterday there was 25.498 million shares left available to borrow. Today there's 27.6 million. So that number went up. The amount of shares available to borrow went up. But the reason why our utilization went down was because the total amount of shares that are available to be lent went down pretty significantly. And that's mostly in short interest, as we just saw. So a lot of short interest closing out their positions, not wanting to get caught. Those are all new ones. Those are all going to be new ones. You can actually see this. If I pull up, I was actually kind of going through some of this. I actually didn't realize that I had access to this information. If I say show advanced, it should give me the option to look down here about on loan. Oh, come on. There it is. On loan returned average age. So you can see the average age of the loans that were returned were really, really low. So it was newer loans that were closed out. You can see some spikes in here in this data where you can see where older loans were closed out. That's kind of dangerous to our position. But I can tell you this, with our on loan average age per day being as high as it has been during that period of time, when those older loans were closed out, then I'm going to take a picture here so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Draw on this son of a gun. Everything above this red line, all short positions that were above this red line, most of the short positions that were back here in this time frame got closed out right here, because price was able to drop below those values and they were able to close those positions. All the ones from back here, all those ones back here are what are causing our on loan average age per day being so high up here. So those have still not been closed out. So when I was telling you guys the lower the price drops, remember when Lou was saying, so we need to stop buying. What's the worst that could happen if it drops down to $12? All this right here, all that disappears. That gets covered, and then we have no more short squeeze, and then all you have is, a crap ton of people who own synthetic shares who are only worth $12. That's the worst that could happen. So, yeah, not a good idea. We don't want to do that. Stopping buying is a bad, 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 bad idea. Big circles. Circle, circle. It's starting to look like the Olympics in here. Who turned on the Olympics? All right. So enough of that. Let's move on. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC coming in right now in 8th position. Yesterday, our buy to sell ratio was kind of weak, 54% buy to 46% sell ratios. I think that's going to play out into let's see, that was yesterday, so Thursday. I don't think we're going to have that great of a day tomorrow. I think it's going to be kind of lackluster because that ratio is as low as it is. The sell pressure is going to be high, is what I'm trying to say. So if our buying power on tomorrow doesn't outweigh the selling pressure that we had from yesterday, then we'll have a lackluster day tomorrow. Today, however, if you remember 2 days ago from the buy-sell ratios, we're pretty good. So we should see a somewhat decent day today, but I have a feeling we'll end up trading sideways irregardless. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And then let's see. Last but not. Oh yeah, where's Jimmy on here? Come on, Jimmy. Jimmy. Where's Jimmy? No Jimmy. Jimmy can't come out and play. All his shares are locked. He's in trouble. His shares are locked up in DRS. Not allowed to play. No Jimmy. He got grounded. This is what I said we were going to look at options chains. See what kind of it looks like here. So we have some mediocre volume this week. Going into next week, we have some mediocre. It's a little bit stronger. It's a little bit stronger next week. We could see some action next week. Shares borrowed this morning so far. Yeah, see all these shares that are stacking up here, guys? This is all that open interest shares that are now available. All that open interest shares that just got closed out are now available here. So there's going to be a lot of lending going on here. A lot of lending coming up. Man, they're borrowing in like really crazy increments here. 50,000, another 100,000 there, another 100,000. So 200,000 out of the ETFs. Nine. 1 million. Okay, so 1 million shares having been borrowed for this morning. That is really, really low. Super low. 1 million shares borrowed so far this morning. Let's see here. The total amount of shares borrowed yesterday. I have like a weird number set up in here. 550,000 shares borrowed yesterday. A normal day for us would be about 4.5 million. I told you guys that they had 7 or close to 8 million shares borrowed on Monday, which means that what it really means is that we have potentially they borrowed too many shares on Monday and were able to extend some of those shares that they borrowed into usage on Tuesday, which is why their borrow amount was so low. Because a normal day would be about 4.5 million, and they only borrowed half. So today they're up to 1 million shares borrowed so far, which is still very, very, very low. Why is it very low? Because there's no volume. When there's no volume, there's no need to borrow, quite frankly. They do have to find shares, though. They have 31 million shares left that they have to find by mid-January. Otherwise, those failure delivers are going to start stacking. And I got sent a message by somebody that said I could use this information. So let me pull it up here. Do you guys know about the meme ETF? I'm going to read the message here. It says, today marks the third consecutive day it has appeared on the threshold securities list. You have my full blessings to use this. Let's see here. You can see from the buy volume there is a low liquidity in the ETF. It would take quite a few days to cover 60,000 running total. The failure to delivers are starting to stack across the meme stocks. The meme ETF is apparently third consecutive day it's appeared on the threshold securities list. So something's going on. Those failure delivers are starting to stack up across the board. So it's not just AMC, right? It's everybody. The meme ETF might be a good thing to kind of watch in regards to across the board pressure. If you guys recall the crankshaft that I was showing you, or the rear differential, the crankshaft going into the rear differential and all those gears and everything that turn around, I feel like I want to save that. I want to save that so I can pull that up and show it to you guys again. But I mean, if you have a lot of different pressures on meme stocks and whatnot, if there's less pressure in one area, then they just turn the car and get one of the wheels to spin slower, so that when they turn the car in that direction, there's less pressure. So if they're getting a lot of pressure, if there's a lot of pressure on buying going in someplace else, and I did notice that Crazy came in and said, "Did you see such and such?" Maybe there's a lot of pressure going on right now on another meme stock, and so they turn the car, get the wheel to go slower on that, and on some of the stocks, like AMC, GME, and whatnot, and then that way they can apply more pressure into the areas where they need to focus on. So they could be also side distractions. It's hard to say. But what was I looking at next? Oh yeah, markets. How did the other side of the world do? Some red, some green, kind of a mixed day. The Shenzhen was up a lot. Actually, it really wasn't that much. Most of it was green. I mean, even these ones that are down aren't down very much. FTSE China was down 0.17. Shanghai was down 0.07. So most of it was green. So we could see some more green today in the total market. The VIX yesterday was down 8.13. Tesla was up. Right now, Tesla is up in the pre-market 3.83. Hood is up 1%. Amazon is down 0.27. Cinemark is up 0.93. Doge is up 1.07. Bitcoin is down 0.3. GME is up 0.3. We are down 0.03, having been up most of the morning. Well, I shouldn't say most. I guess it was kind of down. Wait. Yeah, I shouldn't say most. Yesterday, our inflow versus our outflow. Let's see, 45. 17-point spread yesterday, more inflow. 17 million more dollars in inflow than outflow, resulting in our 2.02% increase in price. Our volume, 41,000. We have about 23 more minutes left before we get our pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m. and we're only at 41. If that thing doubles, like let's say we get like another 5K in or so, 45, that'd put us at 90K. I'd be stretching to say 30 to 50 million shares traded for the day. Stretching. It might be less. So why did I say a potential down day? We know price can be easily manipulated both up and down when prices or when volume is low. As it stands right now, max pain is $29 and we're at $30.28 in the pre-market. So if the entities that exist on the market wanted to collect the most money, they would drop us down to 29 bucks because that's max pain for both the long and the short positions. And that seems to be the general consensus on what they like to try to do. I think there's a collection of monies on both sides, and I think the story that I want to start telling is that I really think that I think retail is getting milked right now. I think we're seen as a cash cow, and we're getting milked. And I think that the options are where we're getting milked at. And I think this continuation of us not squeezing will happen as long as possible while we're getting milked. Because the hedge funds are fighting to stay alive. So they're doing everything they can to drive down the price. There's a lot of opportunity to make money here, so long as AMC doesn't rip, because there's so many people who have the sentiment that there's this thing is going to squeeze, which we all know the numbers are basically looking like it's going to squeeze. So they're going to milk this out as long as they possibly can by getting as many people to buy shorts and long positions in the options chains and closing it out towards the max pain as often as possible. Why? Because they make money. Right now we're getting milked. And I think we need to start recognizing that. All the people who want to gamble so much in the options and try to make money before and get as many shares as they possibly can before this thing takes off, they're milking you. They're absolutely milking you. And this is why I've said so many times, guys, don't be the player, be the house. So that's the sentiment that I'm going to start spreading. I think we're getting milked. And I think they will continue. It's, as so long as there's a game for them to milk us, they will, because they're making cash, lots of it. Anyways, let's look at the daily. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.78. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.51. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.82. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.28. So we're kind of down the middle. We're down the middle of the road. Price could go either direction. Price actually taking a little bit of a hit right now. And now that I'm done with all that, I can see what you guys are writing. I know, it's probably going to be an unpopular opinion for me to start saying. But I'm going to stick to it. I really, really think that we're getting milked. And I'm going to stay there. Yes, Salty Dog, there is a huge amount of contracts in the middle of January. Kim is saying, morning KC, woke up with a thought. Could the holiday folks be taking a vacation play a part as to whether FOMO shows up as strong as... Those guys don't take vacations. Kim, they don't take vacations. There is no such thing as a vacation on Wall Street. It doesn't happen. Those guys are 24/7 nonstop. The operations do not stop. There is no such thing as a shutdown. They are working every single minute of every single day. And especially when it's crunch time. So no, it would be more. It's more. I'm more convinced more than ever that we've reached a point of equilibrium where the hedge funds want to drive the price down and the long institutions can control it. And I really think that they're trying to milk out as much enthusiasm in either both the shorting and the long sides of option chains to milk out the most money they possibly can. So Joe said, in contrast to 2020 and 2021, Spider-Man continues to drive robust attendance. The domestic industry box office, U.S. and Canada totals was 40.9 million on Monday, December 20. Before Spider-Man, it was only 3.5 million on Monday, December 13th, and 4 million on December 6th. Adam Aaron tweeted that. Yes, Crazy Pepe did tell me about the meme ETF a while ago. I haven't been watching it. I really haven't been watching it. Yeah, I did because if I recall correctly, when I looked it up, but that doesn't mean so. Joe, did you see um, the rear differential diagram that I had posted up the other day? So there's a belief that there's good diagram on trying to show like some of the relationships and relating some things to the rear differential of a car. And I really liked it. I thought it was really good. It needed a few little tweaks here and there, but for the most part, if I remember correctly, when I looked up the meme stock, we'd have to actually look and see what the exposure was again. Let me see. I think it did have exposure to GME, but like AMC wasn't even in the top 10 on that meme stock. Let's see. Or meme ETF, sorry. Let's see if I've got the right one here. Let me just make sure I'm looking this up here right. Let's see. Top 10 holdings are, yeah. There's not a whole lot of exposure there. In fact, you know what? I don't even recognize a lot of these names. I'll pull it over here in just a second. You're right. But there are meme stocks in it. AMC actually is, AMC is now showing up in there. Why didn't it show up before? AMC is in there. We're not in the top. Believe it or not, Wish is in the top. AMC has a 4.1% holding, which actually is fairly large in contrast. A lot of the meme stocks are kind of weighted pretty close to the same. Let me see if GME is in here. Yep, GME is in here at a 4%. So, it looks like they've tried to. Robinhood's in here. What the heck? Robinhood is not a meme stock. What? Come on. All right, I'll pull it over so you guys can see here. Look at this. So AMC, I sorted by weight. I think this is the right ETF. Hopefully I'm looking at the right one. If I'm not, you guys can correct me. AMC is right here, 4.1. And then GME is down here at 4%. Some of the holdings that are in here, AMD, I don't know why AMD would be in here. I don't think that's a meme stock, whatever. DWAC is in here, BB's in here, Roblox, Hood. That one drives, that's killing me. Oh, that's my wife. She says I love you. Oh. That was so sweet. Joe says what she said, no homo. That's my wife, guys. That was nice. She's just dropping in to say a nice little heart there. That's cool. Yeah, so sweet. What a sweet moment, huh? Get back to work. She's still working right now. You're on the clock. Oh, man. Oh, I slept on the couch because sometimes I just pass. I mean, it's a guy thing, right? Like your wife's working in the middle of the night. She's not in your bed. She's working. And so what else am I going to do as a guy? You fall asleep on the couch. That's what guys do. You put on your favorite space call, listen to people just talk and pass out to people droning. I actually tried to turn on a football game at one point, and that didn't work out so well. So, yeah, couch it was. I'm starting to warm up. I need to go get my cup of coffee here this morning. So, two price points that I had yesterday. The 2 price points that I put down on the page was the one up here at 32.46, and that was our 200-day moving average. And then the other price point that I put down was the top side of the Ichimoku cloud from the beginning portion of the day that we need to maintain above. So what ended up happening yesterday was we drove right off the bat down to the bottom side where that 29.05 is. We drove down to within 5 cents of that $29 mark. Then we drove all the way up to the 200 MA and almost touched that at 32.22. where that value was 32.46, so we got to within 24 cents of hitting that. And then we traded sideways for the rest of the day. For the rest of the day, we just basically fell down into this wedge and just traded and went right out and traded that way all the way to close. And I put this white line up at 30.73 to signify the central point between 32.46 and 29. So, I mean, they did a great job of making it a nothing day. They didn't have. I mean, yeah, sure, we finished up 2%, but for the most part, they controlled volume, they controlled pace, and thus created a sideways trading day for the most part. Today's volume, 44,000 shares. We still haven't hit our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, but it's coming. We touched on the white line. I think I'm gonna do the same thing today, guys. I'm gonna draw out those 2 red lines, and we'll take a look at it here. Let's see what the Ichimoto cloud for the 4-hour is, because really that's kind of like that's the value we're looking for. That's, oh yeah, and see that. Look at this. By driving it sideways, one of the first selling points as a swing trader or day trader of stocks, one of the first selling points would be when you touch the conversion line. That may be your first point of contact to where you would say, maybe I should sell. So if there was a point at which they would buy, it would have shown up like in pre-market or maybe here, but we never actually broke above. Well, yeah, we did right here. We broke in the later half of the day. We broke above the conversion line and outside the cloud, but then we touched right back into it. So this is where that 32 MA really comes into play here. Or I said 32, I meant 200 MA comes into play. They may be waiting for this to break above break above that conversion line, and also break above the 200 MA before they buy into this as a big push. So what are the values? The values to stay above the cloud for the day today is 27.80 in the beginning half of the day and 27.61. So we're gonna split the difference and say 27. Let's just call it 27.75. So our lower value is going to be 27.75. And let me see, where is that at? Hold on a second. Lower volume, lower value, 27.75. One second, guys. I can't read and do this stuff at the same time. So I can see out of the corner of my eye, I can see the stuff moving. But let's see where I got to go to the daily to find the 200 MA. MA 200 is currently at 32.45. That's got to be down. 32.45. So let me go back to the minute. Yeah, it's down a penny. Down a penny from where it was yesterday. So this is why and I'm really telling you guys, I think $29 is going to play really hard into the battle for the end of this week. I really think that they're trying to cause max pain on those options. All right, so 29.45 or 32.45 and 29. What was the other number? 27.75. Those are our two values, so we're going to have to change our center line. Let me do a quick little bit of math here, because I'm still got to pull out the calculator. I'm still tired. What was our lower value? Ugh. $30.10 is the middle ground. So the bar has been lowered. The bar has been lowered. The question is are we going to have the buying pressure or not? It's Christmas time, guys. Are we going to have the buying pressure? I don't know. I don't know if we will. I don't know. Good morning, Father. Oh, Exo says that I need to show how to load up on the IC on Webull. Yeah, it's just it's one of the options that you can use for your indicators. If you go into the edit column in here, you should see IC in the chart here somewhere. You know, it'll be in there. Just add it to your choices of indicators that you want to have present, and then you just click on IC once you see it up there, and it'll pop it up there for you. And then, of course, obviously, the two big time frames. When I did research on the Ichimoku cloud a while back, a long while back, I believe that it's typically used on the I think it's the 1 hour and 4 hour intervals. The daily interval's too long of a period, right? Because if you think about it, day traders don't want to be in positions for too long, so they don't look at daily indicators on that one. 4 hours is almost too long. 2 hours might split the difference really well, and we could do that. We could look at the 2 hour. It's a mess, so I get rid of all my Fibonacci retracements that I've got in here. Yeah, and you can see splitting the difference between the 1 and 4 hour and putting in a 2 hour in here. You can see how on Friday, yeah, Monday, Tuesday, yeah, on Friday there was some really strong buy signals, really strong buy signals going on Friday. But the problem is that you could see volume dying when the signal happened. The volume died right as soon as the signal happened. The volume died. Just absolutely dropped off to nothingness. So if volume's decreasing as price is increasing, that's bearish, right? So if you were a day trader and you saw your signal to buy, but you were getting bearish indicators and you weren't above your 200 MA, you might say like, I need one more positive piece of information here that tells me that I should be buying into this. And it never happens. It never happens. And then not only that, but price starts hitting into the conversion line. And that's one of your signals to sell. Your first signal. Like if it bounces into the conversion line and then heads up above it and then bounces into it a second time, it's really starting to look like a time to get out as a day trader. So, but it looks like they never actually got in. So now they've got 2 points here where it's like, okay, yeah, it's a good thing I didn't enter into that. That would have been bad. And to top this off, your lagging line, which is a huge sell indicator, your lagging line is about ready to hit your price line, and that's a massive indicator for selling. Like that's your time to get out as a day trader. That's showing potential, and you see your baseline coming up here. Your baseline looks like it's coming up to try and hit your conversion line. So that could be why we never got the cavalry. However, the cloud is still green. The cloud is still green, and it doesn't look like it's going to cross over here. So to me, what it really looks like is happening is we're just kind of building a base right now. We're building a base, and I really think that we may see like 29 maybe as a potential low. And I don't know, that white line that I drew, I think that's going to stick. I think that's where we're kind of destined to kind of go to, either 29 or that white line. And I think we'll probably, if we pull the same numbers for tomorrow, I think that'll be the same thing for tomorrow. I think this week's kind of a wash. post-Christmas buying pressure. I hope so. I hope so. Good morning, GD. Yeah, no problem, Exo. So Father says, I did a deep dive yesterday just trying to figure out which accumulation we're going to do here. The range will not be very large, though, unless it does a double bottom accumulation. Yeah, I mean, so let me post up what he's talking about, because he actually posted some pictures, and let me get to him. Wyckoff, here it is. Yeah, this one. Screenshot it. So what he's talking about here, I can't zoom in. I hate that I can't zoom on this. I think we're right here. According to what Father's saying right here, he's kind of predicting like this upwards downwards movement. There was no timeline on this per se when I asked him about it. Hold on, I think I'm gonna sneeze here. It's like on the verge. It's not gonna happen. Okay, it'll come when I'm least expecting it. You know, kind of like this like up and down movement here. I think he needs to take Father. I think you need to drag this section down. Can you even see what I'm writing? Yeah, you can. Okay. I'm gonna just get rid of the other stuff there. I think you need to take this section right here. I think you need to drag that down just a tad bit. Just a tad bit down here. Yeah, I think you need to drag that down just a tad bit and bring all the rest of this down to meet up with it. I know it's just it was a rough drawing and whatnot, but yeah, this is based off of Wyckofian theory. Is it okay to say Wyckofian? That sounds kind of wrong. Wyckoff, Wyckofian. Is he a coffin or is he a Kofian? I have no idea. Inquiring minds want to know. I I can't with myself sometimes. I don't know. But yeah, I would move that down just slightly, just because I think we're going to be doing that. I think we're going to be doing that little back and forth pattern, maybe for the end of this week, and then maybe even leading into part of next week. So which is it? Is he a coffin or is he a coffin or is he a coffin? He's an offen. Okay, he said off already. Wyckofian. He's a coffin. Between Popcorn Man selling shares, price drops helps the hedge funds from getting margin called. Good morning, Hillionaire. So here's the deal. And I've some people have talked about us buying is dilution, and I think there's this really common misunderstanding of the difference between dilution and inflation of what's going on here, and really, AMC or any other institutional or insider, I should, yeah, well, it could be institutional if there's an institution owning shares, but any kind of insider sell of shares that are not existing in the market that increases the float, that's dilution, right? And what dilution does is if you were to take an unblown balloon up, right, And then I said, well, no, you don't want that small little tiny balloon that you use for throwing water balloons. You want this big one that you can drop from a balcony on somebody's head. And so I take this little tiny small balloon and I hand you instead, or you hand me that one and I hand you back a larger size balloon. Okay. So what's going to happen? That balloon obviously can become much bigger and expand much bigger. That's dilution. That's what dilution does. It increases the size of the float. It increases the size of the amount of shares that can be filled volume inside the balloon. The difference between dilution and inflation is, and because this is where Lou was talking about take away the buy button, because all we're doing is bleeding our money to the wrong people, which is wrong, wrong, is that's inflation. That's you taking your small little balloon and I'm telling you, blow more air into it and keep on blowing until it pops. That's inflation. When you're buying, you're inflating the balloon, and the balloon only has so big it can go to. What you don't want is dilution. What you do want is inflation. If you keep inflating, and finally it will pop at some point. So the inflation is good. So, and that's buying pressure. Dilution is bad, because that means more time. It's going to take more time for the inflating of the balloon in order for you to pop it. So selling of shares or dilution of shares into the marketplace is not good for what we want. Not good. It can be good. It can be good because it allows the hedge funds to dig themselves into a deeper hole. But I think we're all satisfied with the hole that they're in. So let's not give them any more shares to dig deeper with, because I think we're done with time. So if that comes back up again, I think we all know what to do. We're done. We're done giving away shares. Good morning, Sandy. What did Outpogo? Oh, son of a gun. Thank you. Thank you, EXO, for reeling me in. I got onto his. I get sidetracked oftentimes. Okay, we had 27,000 shares traded in that Poco stick, the Pokey stick of volume. Pokey, not Pogo, Pokey. Our Pokey stick of volume had 27,000 shares traded in it. That is really bad. Didn't even double. Kept us under 80,000. Earlier this morning when I first woke up and started looking at everything, I sent out a message. Son of a gun, did I just close that? Are you kidding me? I did. Let me take you guys to the other page real quick. Hold on one second. I hate myself sometimes. There we go. I got back. There we go. Let's see here. Well, how do I get out of this? Escape? There we go. Earlier this morning, when I first woke up and started looking at volume, I took a look at it and said, yeah, that's going to be like 70K by the time our Pokey Stick of volume hits. And looks like that's pretty close. Looks like that was pretty close. I want to say 30 to 50 million shares traded in volume for the day today. But that is a really low number, guys. It's super low. And I think I'm going to have to change it to 20 to 40. I am. I'm going to have to change it to 20 to 40. I was hoping for a Christmas miracle and having us hit like 90, 100, 100,000 shares by 7 a.m., but it didn't happen. I don't know. I want to say like 25. I'm going to do it 25, 45. Just because I want to try and catch like the upper side of like a late day run or something. I don't normally do like weird oddball numbers like that. I usually just keep it real simple. Keep it stupid simple. But I'm going to go 25.45 today. Just to take a look at suck, squeeze, bang, blow, guys. You know, EXO, I've been trying for a long time to make some sense of what happens with that. Trust me, I have been trying for 6 months to try and make some sense about that, and I don't know. It's really weird because sometimes our 7 a.m. pokey stick, actually, majority of the time our 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume doubles our total volume in the pre-market, and just within the last week and a half or so, that has not started happening. It's been significantly less, which I really don't know what to make of that. But there are times where it more than doubles. There are times where it less than doubles, and then there's times where we get these huge candle wicks on either side of it, like we're seeing right now. And it has been these candle wicks have been extremely large since it's been doing way less than doubling of the volume. I haven't really come up with a finalized correlation to why that is. I really haven't, and there might be something to it. Maybe I need to take that on as a project. I more or less just care more about the volume, because it really just kind of tells me what the day is going to look like. So that's primarily what I've been using that point in time. And you know, quite honestly, EXO, you could use volume at like any given time after 7 a.m. to kind of do like a baseline for what the day is going to look like. You don't have to use that pokey stick of volume. I just think that pokey stick of volume is very crucial data, though. I think it'd be really difficult to try and figure out what the day is going to look like based off of something any time before then. Let's see the oscillating pattern the stock goes through. Saw yesterday on 31.22 and 30.22, just sort of stripped around those numbers. Go to the 5-minute and look, compare your pokey stick to the price action over the 7-hour. Yeah, let's see. So yesterday, it was big yesterday, guys. It was super big, right? So it was 30. Let's get rid of some of my stuff here. So it was 30.25 to 29.85 yesterday. If you go to the 5-minute, is that it? That's not it. This is it right here. Nope. That's got to be it. Oh yeah, because it's on 5 minutes. That's it. That's it right there. That was it for that day. So nothing to do with that day. Let's see here. Let's get back to yesterday's. Yesterday's was right there. I don't know. I mean, if you thought the day was going to trade sideways, you could look at that as like a range. I don't know. I haven't done enough. I haven't done enough research on it. I'd have to spend some time on it. I'll tell you what I do. I do. Do you do? I do. I do the do. I really need coffee. Yeah, I need coffee right now before I can really get that noggin starting here. But let me show you something that I do. I do. I can't. On TradingView, TradingView is free for all you guys who want it. TradingView's got some really good, not some kind of, they have really good indicators out there. And one of the ones that I really particularly like to look at is one that's called Pre-Market Volume Profile. I actually don't look at it when I'm doing my volume analysis. I'm not really looking at that ever. But if you ever want to take a look at your pre-market volume, data and compare and contrast to other previous days, you can kind of see using that trend to kind of get an idea of what volume is going to do over time. It's a great trend to kind of just keep an eye on. You can see how much volume we had in pre-market here on the 20th, and how much it's fallen in contrast. Our volume is way down in pre-market, and then you could potentially, based off this trend line here, you could potentially take this trend line and then go backwards in time and see about where that hits, and say, okay, well maybe we'll have volume in that range. Let's see if I can find one. Well, let me find out what that number was first, because I'm going too far back. The trend line dips down to about 854. And I'm on the 1 minute here, so it's not going to let me go back any further because I don't have a subscription. But a close day. A close day would be the December 10th. And if we go back in history and we look at December 10th, volume was 58.7 million shares for the day. But anyways, that's that. That is that, and it's about time for me to take a break. I need to get that coffee or something. The drinky drink or the coffee. Oh, what? Drinky drink. Oh, you got me a coffee? Oh, she's got me cold coffee. I forgot about my cold coffee. She told me she got me 2 of them yesterday. Haha, Pope joke. Who doesn't love the doo-doo? Coffee, yeah, coffee makes you do the do. What is it? I think it's just because it warms your insides. I think it warms up your insides, and your insides go like, everything starts getting activated, and it's like, oh, it's wake up time. Okay, let's go. Yeah, man, I gotta take breaks. No breaks. I gotta take breaks. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get my. Yeah, I gotta take a break. Gotta know your pokey sticks, Rimtax says. Holding what off? What? Oh, guys, she just reminded me it's NFT email day. I completely forgot about that, guys. If you haven't checked in, oh man, check your emails. Did you get an email yet? Not yet. No email yet. But today is NFT Spider-Man email day. That means that you should be able to find. I would think you'd be able to find out. Is today also the day you get it? Yeah, so you could get your you could get your NFT today. I almost said EFT. You can get your NFT today and figure out which really cool NFT you got. I'm trying to think if there was something else I wanted to cover. I need to put up my data back on the screen. I really feel like, guys, that I mean, I really feel like we're looking at of one of two things trying to happen. Like either retail is going to try and break through that 3250 mark, which or 3245 mark, which would really probably start causing a lot of buying pressure. But more than likely, I don't think that's going to happen. I think the more likely of the two scenarios is that we perhaps maybe hug the $29 range, or the white line here. which is at $30.10, somewhere right around that, around there, somewhere between 29 and 30. And I think today might be a good day to just walk away. For for those of us who spend a lot of time looking at this, I think they're giving you an opportunity to start your Christmas early. Go do your Christmas shopping and don't stress. Just walk away and come back because I will be here. And if things start happening, you can set price alerts and you'll know. And you don't have to be here. You don't have to be here constantly watching because it just doesn't need it. You don't need it. It's just going to stress you out in life. And it's the holidays. Just checking some of the news here. What's your opinion on the extremely low volume in the PM and the aftermarket hours? I'll tell you what, Don, that has been, I have been trying to make sense of that for a long, long time. Like why, why do we sometimes see like, this is ridiculous. Like why does this stuff happen? How do you get this? I wouldn't even, there might have been a little bit of barcoding in here, but this really wasn't like severe barcoding. I've seen much, much worse. But how in the world do we hold in the aftermarket hours pricing like this, right? That's so steady one day. And then you come to another period of time and you have this kind of volatility. Like that just makes no sense whatsoever. Like I have been trying to make some sense of this for a long time and I really don't have any rhyme or reason. I have seen some things. I have seen some things. What happens at the very end of the day when you're looking at order book level 2? I have seen some really crazy stuff happen. So the order book 2 will actually completely like clear out at the end of the day, the normal trading open market hours. And as we go into the aftermarket hours, you will see the order book fill back up. And some of the crazy things that I have seen in the aftermarket hours is like almost as if one side forgot to turn their computers for the aftermarkets back on, and the order book won't fill hardly at all. It'll just be like just a few orders. And you'll see like it could be one direction or the other. Like it'll be either the bid side or it could be the ask side, and all of a sudden like the stock will just start skyrocketing, and then all of a sudden it's like somebody goes like, oh my god, who forgot to turn on the algorithms? And then like somebody turns it on, you can see the light switch turn on just like that, and it's like just all of a sudden the order book just fills up, and it stops and it halts it in its place, and then you see like corrections and stuff to try and get the price back down. But it's really kind of interesting to watch this order book. It really is super, super interesting. You can see some crazy stuff happening. While it is the way that it is right now, I'm going to take you guys over to the order book page here. One of the things that I want you to see here is that this is a perfect time of the day to show you guys those gap fills that they use single share values to try and fill the gaps between prices, because the trading's not happening like really fast back and forth, so you can see it much easier right now. But you can see how they filled the gap between 30.05 right here and $30 with a couple share places here, and they just dropped the place, because remember the share actually has to be traded for the price to drop. So they sell off a couple shares, fill the gap with just a couple shares there, and then you've suddenly dropped the price from 30.05 to 30.01 for the price of a couple of shares, and then they get traded back on the other side. So it's kind of fun to watch that. I really, being the nerd that I am, enjoy watching that sometimes, and it's kind of cool to see. Rosench, I can't say his name. I've tried so many times. That Rosench Capital did a pretty good video on pre-market volume yesterday. I'll have to check it out. Did he talk about the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume? Because I've never gotten a great explanation for that. I know the running explanation is it's the closing of a bunch of shares. It's a closing of orders from a previous day that all happen at once, and I don't buy that. I've seen too many weird anomalies that happen during that period of time that don't make any sense whatsoever. For example, like how could they be previous day orders being closed out at that period of time, but just somehow match the exact amount of pre-market volume that you have for what is it, 3 hours worth of trading? Yeah, 3 hours worth of pre-market volume data that comes through, and then all of a sudden you have a single closing of orders that exactly matches the thank you, hon. That exactly matches the same amount of volume. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Your previous day closing of orders doesn't match magically to 3 hours worth of pre-market data. I think that's BS. So there's something more to it. Vortex data moving similar to what it did just before the January run-up. Check it out when you have time. Which particular data are you talking about? Sounds to me like he's on this. He's on the right track. I've been trying to tell you guys this for a long time. That pre-market volume really tells you what the day is going to look like. I don't know how long I've been telling you that for. It's been quite a while. It really does. There are always exceptions to the rule. There's never like any one time that something is always 100% accurate. For example, we just had a day the other day where I was predicting between 130 and 150 million in volume, and we had nothing in comparison. So it is wrong often or sometimes, and that's okay as long as you're continuously watching the volume throughout the day. Utilization drop shares on loan RSI. I'll stay for 2 more minutes and then I'm gonna go and break. But let's check it out here. Oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Too much data. Too much data. There's our utilization. Yep, utilization dropped in January. I really hate it when those numbers pop up on the page. There's our drop in utilization. And I can almost guarantee you, I'm going to pull it up here next, but I can almost guarantee you that, oh no, actually I have seen this before. I have seen this before. This is what I've been telling you guys. The same exact scenario occurred. Same exact scenario occurred back in January of last year. So if we look at on loan amount and we look at where's my data? There it is. Okay, so 2 times this has happened. And we'll get utilization on here so you can see it. And I don't see any differences in my opinion. And these are my opinions, guys. In case you didn't know. So let's zoom in on back in pre-January. So the same exact thing happened right here, right? The on loan amount matched up almost twice. You had a secondary time here where on loan amount almost matched up exactly with the exchange reported short interest. And institutions don't like that. Brokers do not like that. They want you to loan shares. They want there to be a separation, the separation between the green line and the red line, because that's where they're making their money. They are making money in this shaded area in here. When you have no money being made in these 2 positions right here, like this, when you have no money being made, what do? There's a way they can fix that. How do they fix it? They sell off some shares, and you see price drop. You see price drop. Why does price drop? Because the hedge funds go, oh, We need those. That's like, it's like the guy who has no poker face, right? And he gets pocket aces and he goes, ooh, ooh, shares. And what do? They start sucking up the shares as the price drops down, and they start loaning to prevent the price from rising up because they're sucking up the shares just as fast as retail is, right? So they start buying up the shares and they start loaning shares at the same time, creating that spread where now all of a sudden brokers are making money again on the spread. So what happens when the institutional brokers who sold off shares right here decide that they want back those shares? They turn the buy button back on. They turn the buy button back on, and boom, you start seeing massive amounts of price movement heading upwards. And utilization, what does it do? It drops. It drops. Why? Why does utilization drop? Because the amount of shares that can be borrowed starts increasing. Because the brokers start making a bunch of new shares available to loan because they're like, oh, you want to loan more? Oh, you want to loan more? Like this is right here. This is brokers going like, you want to loan more shares? Sure, no problem. Actually, not right there. That's the wrong spot. Right here. Oh, you want more shares? Okay, we'll make more available. Boom. They loan them all up. They loan them all. Oh, you want more shares available to borrow? Okay, here you go. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a crazy process. It's crazy. And it all stems from right here. This moment in time where the institutions sell off some shares to create this process to happen. And here it is again. Right here. Right there. And simultaneously the sell-off. And we're not going to see this data. This data is not going to show up until mid-January, maybe February before we see it on Fintel, but I'm pretty certain you're going to see about a 20 to 30 million share drop in institutional ownership in that time range to create borrowing. I don't know why I need to put it on the crayon. I really do need to put it on the crayon, but the problem is when I put it on crayon, watch what happens. It looks, I actually kind of like that. You know what? From now on, we're doing crayons. Oh yeah, that's nice. We need to do crayon drawings. That's beautiful. Alright guys, I need to go to break. The wife got off work. I need to go say hi, sit down, relax, have a few moments. But I will be back. Let's see, what's Einstein saying? Let me move this back over here. Put this back up, put this back up. Alright, let me see what you guys are saying real quick before I go. You have to eat them, not draw. Oh. Yeah, that's true, Joe. That is true. Well, I'm not hungry. Not right now. Maybe one day I'll eat a crown. I don't know. That seems kind of awfully sick, but yep. Maybe we'll do it. All right, guys. I'm going to head to break here. I'm going to leave you some music to listen to while I go. Monty's. Did Monty come in with a price prediction today? I didn't see it if he did. I'm scrolling back up and I don't see it. All right. Let me get this. For those of you who are new, For those of you who are new to the channel, I will be back 15 minutes prior to market open, and we'll open up this day together. And see you guys in just a bit.
Memories filling up my mind and I can't seem to push him back. These times ingrained my mind and I just can't let it go. How did I lose the way through the things that really matter? These complications spin my mind, but I know I gotta keep pushing through. Yeah, I keep doing my own thing, yeah, never looking back again. I can get it, I can make it, yeah, I know it, and I'm never looking back again. Yeah, never looking back again. I can get it, I can make it, yeah, I know it, and I'm never looking back again. As we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you. I feel you, you finally see me again. I need you, I feel you, I need you. You finally see me again. In my dreams I see you again, on the same road we used to hide and escape. As we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you. I feel you, you finally see me again. I feel you, I need you. I feel you, you finally see me again. You finally see me again.
So that happened. I forgot that I left the camera on. Yes, Joe is asking Jay, hey, you might want to check into on Fidelity Jay whether or not you have pre-market and after-hour trading abilities. If you do not, let me know. I can give you a link that will allow you to do that. You have to apply for it. And that is super, super important. It's part of my golden rules. If you go into my description box and look at some of the rules that you have to have, the 3 golden rules. Rule number 3 is only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading abilities. Cash account, no margin account. You do not want to have your long holding shares in a margin account. Jimmy coming in with a 27.72 to 31.25. That is a very precise range. But it's also more than the $3 that we're allowed to have, Jimmy. I think you're breaking the rules. It's $3. 27.72 to 30.72. That would be your range if I went with the low side. But I do appreciate you putting in your prediction in there. I like the I don't know what to call it. Enthusiasm. I did not, Monty. Let me look and see what you got in here. I'll scroll up a little bit, or you can put it back in. Wow, you guys. I feel like there's so much in here. I didn't get your price prediction. Where did you put it in at, Monty? There it is. 26.51 to 29.51. Got it. That is. What is up with you guys and your price predictions today? Such oddball numbers. I better come up with mine. I'm going to go realistically. I'm going to hedge off of 29.50. So I'm going to say 28 to 31. So we're waiting on Eric and Duncan. It's for bragging rights, guys. Remember, this is going down in history. All of this is being recorded. It's going down in history. Somebody will see your numbers. Somebody will see your numbers eventually. And you'll either look like a hero or zero. So throw it out there. If you guys want to throw out a price prediction, throw it out there. Don't worry about being wrong. It's not about that. Price is like the spoon. There is no spoon. Remember that. There is no spoon. Throw it out there. Willy-nilly. Doesn't matter what it is. Duncan coming in at 29.2 to 32.2. Good morning, Jake. Porter saying 2801 to 3101. Look at that. Look at this. Let's just throw them out there, guys. Throw them out there. Throw out those price predictions. Who cares? Who cares if you're right or you're wrong? It doesn't matter. There is no spoon. Pip's coming in with 3069. Right on the dot. She's saying 3069 for the end of the day, period. She didn't even have a range. Not everyone. Not everyone's going low. Tom's saying 3050. JP, I saw yours. 32 to 32.95 to 35.95. No, JP, yours is 53. Come on now. Come on, JP. We know you better than that. It's 53. Joshua, what the heck is that? Silent Streamer coming with the 4050. I'm telling you guys, we're going to throw them off. We are going to throw them off with this stuff. Liz Tyner saying 3765. Look, I am seeing some names here I've never seen before. I feel like I have like lurkers who have just never actually decided to actually put in prices and coming up with prices today. There is no spoon, guys. There's no spoon. There is no wrong answer. It doesn't matter what price is. Throw in a price. Throw it in there. Throw it at me. What you guys got? The volume's low today. Luke, the volume is low today. I'm coming. I usually give round numbers like 2040 or 3050 million shares per minute, or just per minute. What am I saying? For the end of the day. Today I'm actually I'm going with a number that is way unusual for me, and I'm saying 25 million to 45 million. Still giving myself the 20 million 20 million share range. If volume makes it over 150 million, I usually give myself 30 million, just because volume's a lot harder to predict. Man, there is some major fighting going on here, guys, right before market open. We have like the fight has started early, and it is right on that 30-10 mark that I was talking about. Wow. It's almost like the market's already opened. Today's something else. I feel something weird going on here. SKMC69 saying 41 Whataburger Wednesday. I love it. What did they borrow? I'm only showing 164. I can refresh Ortex here. I'm going to refresh Ortex and then start the show, guys. I'm going to sign off until after the show intro. There, Ortex is updated. I'm not seeing a whole bunch of borrowing going on yet, but let's get this show started. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Turn off your
Ho ho ho, you filthy animals. Merry Christmas. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Ho 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 ho.
You don't know how much satisfaction is taken out of the fact that I can't hear Santa Claus giving you guys the intro. So much satisfaction taken away. Oh well. I wanted to touch on something a few people had said there. GD knows. He knows what Wednesdays are. The drinks start early for me on Wednesdays, guys. I normally do the toast with you guys at the end of the day, and that's kind of like a regular thing that I do with you. But on Wednesdays, my wife gets off work, and we like to share a drink before she goes to bed. This is her final day of work. She now has off until, I don't know, I think she goes back to work on Sunday. So, we share a drink together, a nightcap for her, and it's a morning cap for me. So Wednesdays are the day where you see me a little bit tipsy. So today is a little strong. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This is Dr. Pepper and rum, and we're starting off the day right, I guess, today. I see a lot of sideways trading going on today, guys. I think there's probably going to be some ups, there's going to be some downs, but for the most part, kind of sideways trading. I tend to think we might see a little bit of a down day on tomorrow. But what I want to stress to you guys the most is that we have the NFT. For those of you who got the Spider-Man NFT, your emails should be coming out to you today sometime. Today is the 22nd. NFT day, guys. Spider-Man NFT day. Who knows what you're gonna get? There's some rare runs out there. There's some rare ones out there, and I'd love to hear what you guys got when you get your email and you find out what it is that you got. Let's hear it. I can't wait to hear. I really want to find out what you guys got. Fallen for the red on the chart. Ooh, Joe. Joe's got a request in. I don't get requests very often, guys. I will look at it, Joe, and I promise you I will look into it, and if it's something that I feel is something I should play, if it feels like the right day for it, I will play it. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to text myself that. Eric is coming in with his price prediction of 29 to 32. We have all of our price predictions in. Let me scroll down. I got to text myself that before I forget, Joe. So let's see. Alicia Keys. I love Alicia Keys, by the way, guys. Being a musician, I feel like I can pick out good winners. And the first time that I heard Alicia Keys play a song, one of the first songs that I ever heard of hers, I was like, man, she has got some major talent. Alicia Keys, she's got the vocals, she's got the piano talent. She is amazing. So let me check into that because I would definitely not mind playing that at all. Okay, text it to myself. I will watch that. It's every Wednesday, Tom. My wife gets off work on Wednesday mornings, and we have a nightcap together. It's her nightcap, my morning cap. And I'm not drinking alone because I'm with you guys. And I'm with her when I start, so I'm not drinking alone. but it happens. It's the drink I have in the mornings on Wednesdays, and then the toast that I have with you at the end of the day every day. So it's just a routine. How much they've borrowed for today? Who said that? Ivan. Ivan is asking how much they borrowed for the day today. Let me scroll down here just a little bit, refresh this, and see how much. I'm not expecting a whole lot. Four, 5. There's been some. I'm gonna have to go back in the stream. There's been a lot of borrowing. I've got to go back to the stream and see. I'm gonna have to get. I'm gonna have to get a point here where it was before. 1 second. $45 and $30. 33. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting there. There's actually been a lot of borrowing. Hold on 1 second here. Okay. A total of 2.6 million shares having been borrowed, although Ortex is only reporting 1 second. Ortex is reporting 157,000 shares having been returned. It goes good in that coffee, Luke. Good morning, Waddy. Good morning. So for those of you who are just joining right now, let me kind of show you what I'm kind of expecting for the day today. We have two significant numbers that we're looking at here. One is the on the day interval, the 200 moving average, simple moving average value, which is at 32.45 for the day. The bottom number is the Ichimoku cloud. Ichimoku, sorry, I keep saying it incorrectly. And the Ichimoku cloud value that kind of is like one of the main signals on the 4-hour for where they should buy in at. As long as we stay above 27.75, we'll be okay as far as like a strong signal for the future for day traders to come in and start buying. If we increase above 32.45, we could see massive amounts of buying start happening, because it would be a good signal at that point that this price is going to continue to move upwards. I really feel like what's going to happen is we're going to stay between those two ranges of 27.75 and 32.45. So I took the average of that, and that's $30.10, which is the white line. So I have a feeling that most of today and probably tomorrow will be ranging on either side of those numbers and trying to stay as close to middle as possible without going too far one direction or the other. So we'll see if that holds true. Now, if we start to lean towards one side or the other, if we happen to break up towards that 32.45 number, we could see some really big fireworks start happening. but more than likely you're going to see an attempt to try and keep this value really close to that $30.10 mark. It's actually set up on 30.09. Let me change it. There we go. There's going to be a lot of pressure on both sides. Max pain for the day today, guys, is $29. I'm expecting that possibly tomorrow. Tomorrow is a good chance that we see a little bit of downwards pressure just based off of the order flow that we had yesterday. The order flow had exceptionally high sell orders. I think we only held like a 54-46 buy to sell ratio. And this is why it's so important that I always tell you guys that we maintain 60-40 or higher, because at a 60-40 or higher ratio, then you kind of can expect that we have more buying happening, because it's just based off of orders, not actually shares. So if you're at a 60-40 ratio, more than likely, even if you have big sell orders, you're still probably getting more buys out of the total amount of shares than you are sells. Short interest will go up. No way, 19% right now. Yeah, it's going to go up. Upside down exploding cat coming. I love it when you guys make references to things that I've talked about in the past. I think that's great. And it tells me you're listening. And Eric just called me a hoe. He said ho ho. He actually called me a hoe 3 times. He said ho ho ho. He gave me his price prediction. I said, thanks, bud. Merry Christmas. And he said, ho, ho, ho. We have 12 more minutes before I do the first technical analysis, guys. There's going to be some interesting data, I'm sure. Kahlua. Ooh. Pip coming in with a Kahlua and coffee reference. Ooh. Pip, one of my best bosses I ever had. One of the best bosses I ever had made his own Kahlua at home. He brewed his own Kahlua. Now, for those of you who don't know, and I have a feeling Pip may know this, but for those of you who don't know, Kahlua is a branded liquor that only comes from one location. And that location has a lock on Kahlua. So if you want to make your own Kahlua, you're bucking the brand. But he did it through this process where he would grind up coffee beans and add vodka to it. Strange thing, right? But I've tasted it. I've tasted his Kahlua, and it tastes like the real thing. There's other things, maple syrup that gets added to it, and some other ingredients as well. But it is really good stuff. And Kahlua and coffee. Actually, his favorite drink, and the reason he brewed his own Kahlua was because it was cheap for him to do. But his favorite drink was a Black Russian. And for those of you who are drinkers, you know, may or may not know, a Black Russian is simply Kahlua and vodka, and an incredible drink. An incredible drink. If you haven't had a Black Russian before, you need to have one, because once you go black, you never go back. A lot of people have had White Russians, but never Black Russians. It's a good drink. Charlie says, am I the only person? So my wife had said earlier, she said, when did we get that last email from? She was trying to remember. It may come later today, Charlie. You don't have to necessarily refresh right now. It might actually come later in the day. See, the interesting thing about a Black Russian is you sip it. You don't just drink Black Russian. You have to sip it. It's too much to just take all in at once. So you get one of those tiny coffee straws, and you suck it up through the coffee straw, one of those stir straws, and man, it's good. And if you put it up in the corner pocket of your cheek and just hold it there, it infuses into your bloodstream. Boy, you're in for a good time. I feel like I'm saying way too much. I've gone too far. Have you guys ever had? I've never had an alcoholic eggnog. I've never had one. I love eggnog. I absolutely love eggnog, and I don't drink very much of it because it's very fattening and it's almost too much to take. But I've never had an alcoholic eggnog before. I'd kind of like to try one sometime. I'd like to try one that somebody makes from scratch, though. I don't think I want to do store-bought eggnog and vodka. It just kind of sounds gross to me. Yes, with bourbon. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I I hadn't even thought of that. You're right. That would be so much better than vodka. Wow. Mind blown. That would be really good. Sprinkling nutmeg on top. Oh my gosh. Wow. God, I don't know where you've had that at, but I want to try that. 2 parts. Okay, we got recipes coming in now. Porter says 2 parts eggnog, 1 part Canadian Club, dash of pumpkin spice. Ooh, that's a good spice. Dash of allspice. That's an even better spice. Slosh once on top with fresh grated nutmeg. Oh my gosh, guys. We have a mixologist amongst us. Porter is a mixologist, I can tell. I mean, it's in the name, Porter. My aunt, whatever, however you want to say it, is a nun and she loves them. You know you found the right drink when a nun drinks it. I have it every night? What? You do not. You lie. I don't believe it. There's a lot of who's trying to reel me in here? Hayden's trying to reel me in here. Hayden's like, no. Look, we got to get back on track here. It's 8:54, Hayden. We got like, give us 6 more minutes. Give us 6 more minutes, and we'll get down to business. Sunflower says, I had Naked Brand shares in Fidelity, and today it shows I don't have any in my activity. It says Naked Brand Incorporated is reversal shares RS to some long number. What is that all about? I do not know. I actually don't know. I don't know what that is. Look at. I would look up the price of Naked and see what it's at. Maybe they're going into a split, possibly. I don't know. This sounds like an AA meeting. It's Christmas. It's Christmas time. We're celebrating. You have to make some room for celebrations before celebrations. No analysis today. Just drink recipes. Wait, guys. The dam is breaking. I have to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And hands are washed. Who asks? I don't know whoever asks. Oh, I can guarantee you there is a lot of manipulation going on here, Porter. Or no, it wasn't Porter who said that. Hayden. Sean's saying that BlackBerry had an excellent report and they are down. Go figure. Dr. Mori, NAKD issuer failed to meet listing requirement. That's what Fidelity says when I view the ticker Active Trader Pro. Issuer failed to meet listing requirement. Let me check that out. You know, I love the fact that you guys are trying to help. That's awesome. Securities of a company that does not meet the listing standards set forth in the Rule 5000 series are subject to delisting from or denial of initial listing on the NASDAQ stock market. The section sets forth procedures for the independent review, suspension, and delisting of companies that fail to satisfy one or more standards for initial and continued listing, and thus are deficient with respect to the listing standards. The listings qualifications dependent is responsible for identifying deficiencies that may lead to delisting or denial of a listing application, notifying the company of the deficiency or denial, and issuing staff delisting determinations and public reprimand letters. Rule 5810 contains provisions regarding the listing qualifications department's process for notifying companies of different types of deficiencies and their corresponding consequences. Sounds like it got delisted. I'm going to post this up there for you to see. Maybe that can help you. It might be a boring day, Don. It might be a boring day. And I think that tomorrow might even be more boring. It is 9 o'clock, though, so let's take a look at everything and see where we're at. I'm going to update Fidelity. All right, let's take you to the other page, guys. This is the first run through of the day. This is the first run through of the day, so we're going to take a look at everything in depth since the stock market opened. Okay, moving to the top left-hand side of the page there, you'll see that price prediction tallies that Eric and Duncan got a point for yesterday's price targets. They're tied with the missed column. We all missed Monday. My price prediction for today is 28.31. Eric's is 29 to 32. Duncan has 29.2 to 32.2. Very close between Eric and Duncan, who have the only points for the week. And Monty has 26.51 to 29.51. We're all kind of neutral, except for maybe Monty's a little bit low. I think Monty might be predicting tomorrow's numbers. We'll see. But anyways, that's what our price predictions are for today, and that's where we stand currently. Moving to off exchange. Yesterday we ended the day 57% into the off exchange with 11.45% into the CBOE EDGX. 53 is where we're normally at this time of the morning, so we're a little bit low right now. With the CBOE EDGX at 10.28 and the off exchange at 48.11. Updating Ortex. Ortex currently showing a return of 312,000 shares, dropping our estimated current short share interest of free float to 19.15%. Moving to the top right hand side of the screen where it says keep up with latest trades by Trace Trades, because he needs to pick that up. He owes me for that. Currently showing 171.895 million shares owned by institutions. That is a new record. It beat the old record out by 10,000 shares. Our old record was held on 12, I think it was 12.1 or 12.2. So we now have a new record of highs by just a fraction. I do expect that to go down by mid-January to late February, according to Fintel's reporting, which is late. Max pain for the day today is at $29. Taking a look at our current interest volume. Our option volume, sorry. Highest amount of volume currently for the calls is at a $30 strike price. That is down from $35 from yesterday. The total amount of volume at $30 strike price is 5.6 thousand contracts. That's actually kind of where I would expect it to be. Yesterday, puts, the highest amount of volume was at a $30 strike price. Today it's at 29. And the total volume at 29 is 4.3 thousand contracts. So just a tad hair more volume on the $30 strike price, but there is a $1 difference between the two, kind of signaling towards a $29.50 close for the day today. We'll take a look at Suck Squeeze Bang Blow here in just a second. Sorry, I always forget to take Santa off. Taking a look at Ortex. Our on-loan amount decreased pretty substantially. It went from 111 down to 105. But where did it come from? Our estimated current short interest is at 98.31. That value, the estimated short interest value, is what really caused that number to come down. You can see how closely those correlate. If I was to draw a line, if I was going to, where the heck did, there it is. If I was going to draw a picture for you and say that the most money is made by brokers when you have a gap. I got to use crayons. When you have a gap in between your estimated short interest, like that's where the most money is being made in here, where there's a gap. And when there's no gap, there's like hardly any money being made at all. Brokers want there to be a difference. So most of the shares that are on loan, there's a pretty big gap now that's forming between short interest and on loan amount. That's the gap that they want to make money. Our on loan average age per day is starting to increase. This is good. We may end up having a triple bottom on this. Once loaning starts picking back up again, we could see a triple bottom. There's the first bottom, second bottom, and possibly a third bottom once the loaning starts increasing again. Utilization, down. Estimated short share interest of the free float, slightly down. We need to see uncontrolled price movement upwards in order for those numbers to turn back the other direction. And I do expect that to happen within, well, December 30th. That was the date from the get-go when I told you the signal occurred on the 8th. within 15 business days. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 9th position with 60% buys to 40% sales, the exact number that I want to see. I really like that. That's looking pretty decent. It's the bare minimum, but it's decent. That's good. Those numbers are going to carry into next week. GME is not on the list. Jimmy has not come out to play because he is grounded. His shares are tied up. His shares are tied up in DRS, and that's grounding him. In the last hour, it appears that we've had another 100,000 shares borrowed in another 100,000 shares borrowed, bringing our total to 2.7 million shares borrowed for the day today. A normal average borrowing day would be about 4.5 million. We currently have 20.7 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls and 101.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts. The Nasdaq is down 0.05%, the Dow Jones is up 0.01, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05. However, the sentiment is more towards the decliners than the advancers, as there's 4,017 decliners to 3,406 advancers. The VIX is down 4.33%. The Tesla is up 4.63%. Hood is down 4.01. Amazon is down 3. There's some new people here. Let me tell you guys why I'm monitoring what I'm monitoring. In the past, when we have seen the VIX drop, we've seen AMC go up. When we've seen the VIX increase, we've seen AMC go down. That's not happening. It switched last Friday for the very first time in I don't know how long. The whole year, probably. We've seen a change. When the VIX goes down, we're starting to go down, and when the VIX goes up, we go up, which is totally different than what we're used to seeing. I'm watching Tesla just because I think there's some interesting stuff going on there. I'm kind of curious as to, I keep seeing Elon sell shares, and I'm really just watching that out of my own morbid curiosity. Robinhood I'm watching just because I want to see it burn, and it is. It's down $10 from its opening IPO price. Amazon is currently down 0.27. I'm watching Amazon because it is the economy. If you want to know how the heartbeat of America is working on its economy, that's where you look. On Cinemark, if you want to know how your company should be doing, you should look at your competitors. Apples to apples. They're down 0.29% for the day today. Dogecoin, blue collar cryptocurrency of North America, currently up 2.75%. Bitcoin, we've had a direct relationship to Bitcoin recently, where when it goes down, we go down, and when it goes up, it's like an hour difference. When it goes up, we start going up an hour later. That switched over starting Friday to being an indirect relationship. So I'm watching it for that reason. GME is the OG. GME is the OG. It's down 1.54. That's why we're watching it. And AMC is down 3.3% for the day today. And we have outflow versus inflow. We have a 46 versus 42, which is a 4-point spread of more outflow than inflow. And our current shares traded in volume is 8.17 million shares. Let's figure out what kind of pace we're on here. Let's see. We're on pace for 76.2 million shares traded for the day today. My volume prediction for the day is 25 to 45. I think those numbers will hold up pretty good, depending on whether or not we have a big run up later on in the last portion of the day. We might still see the volume hold. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, just slightly, with RSI at 44.61. On the hourly, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.04. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure, way more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 34.67. For those of you who are new and watching, I don't like MACD. I don't. I can't stand MACD. I hate it with a passion. I am more into the vortex indicator. And really what I'm looking for here is I'm looking to see sentiment of trading that's going on here based on the vortex indicator, and I'm seeing more upwards pressure from the red line. And then buying pressure is here on the green line. It's smoother to me. It's smoother, and I feel like it predicts things in advance much better than the MACD does. That's just my opinion. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI is at 32.89. For those of you who are new to the vortex indicator, I would recommend going and looking it up and seeing what it's all about on the Investopedia. There's some pretty complex formulas that make up the vortex indicator, and I think it's way more robust than the MACD. Hence, and to me, it's cleaner. I think it's just cleaner. If I throw the MACD up on here, let's get rid of volume. I can't. Where is volume? Not on here. Let's get rid of RSI. I just want to compare two things. So, for example, on a 5-minute interval, this is comparing vortex indicator to the MACD. The MACD makes it look like you have extreme downwards pressure going on, whereas with a vortex indicator, that's ended and it's flatlined. The buying has flatlined, meaning that could start moving up here. So while this may be showing the apex, it's very difficult to predict the apex of that trend with the MACD, whereas it's super easy to see on the vortex indicator. You can see it leveling out and starting to turn around. So I think vortex indicator is a much better indicator for showing you where there's buying pressure versus selling pressure. And it's just my opinion. But that's why I prefer it. For those of you who are wondering why I look at that versus other things. Volume. And RSI. So I want volume on the bottom. Okay, so it's the other way. Okay, so it's RSI first. RSI, then vortex, then volume. There we go. Remember, max pain is at $29, guys. I can't see what you're writing until I get back to the screen to where you can see my face on the screen. Once you see my face on the screen, I can likely see what it is that you guys are writing. Have I ever used the MFI? Never. But let me look it up because this is a learning channel and I love learning. So I'm going to check it out. Money Flow Index. The Money Flow Index is a technical oscillator that uses price and volume data for identifying overbought and oversold signals in an asset. It can also be used to spot divergences which warn of a trend change in price. The oscillator moves between 0 and 100. It sounds a lot like RSI a little bit, but unlike conventional, that's funny because it's mentioned, unlike conventional oscillators such as relative strength index, RSI, the money flow index incorporates both price and volume data, which I really do like. That's kind of nice, as opposed to just price. For this reason, some analysts call MFI the volume-weighted RSI. That sounds right to me. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Money flow index equals 100 minus 100 over 1 plus money flow ratio, where money flow ratio equals 14 period positive money flow divided by 14 period negative money flow. Raw money flow equals typical price times volume. What is typical price? Oh, it's the next one. Typical price equals high plus low plus close divided. Ooh, I like that. I like that. High, low, close divided by 3. It's your average. Let me think about that for a second. High, low. Why not just take the average? High, low, close. I mean, so if you had more sentiment towards a higher high versus a lower low, it's giving you like a adjusted average. I like that. That's good. I'm gonna have to check that out. MFI. Let's see here. Let's see if we've got it. I may not even have that as an option. Yep, there it is. Let's look at MFI with a daily. So MFI is actually really strong on the daily, but it does look like it's starting to peak out here a little bit. On the hourly, MFI shows way down. Big drop off going into the market open. On a 30-minute, oh man, it's dropped below. Okay, so it looks like this. It looks like their limits. Let me see what their limits are set up for. 2080 maybe. 20. It looks like 2080. So way oversold. So if we pull up like a Bollinger on this, it's probably going to show the same thing. Come on, Bollinger. Yeah, it's definitely showing that. So MFI is almost like, okay. MFI is basically Bollinger Bands, except for it's shown up as an RSI oscillator indicator. So essentially, when you see oversold areas, you would see it drop below the limit of 20. I'm assuming that the limits are 20 and 80. would 20 being the low and 80 being the high, meaning oversold or overbought, which would indicate that it would be turning around going the other direction towards the simple moving average. So MFI is really just kind of the Bollinger Band, but kind of in a single digit oscillator. So maybe kind of useful for seeing what the future may hold based on a trend, but otherwise the Bollinger Band can do the same thing by predicting like oversold periods by showing that we're touching down on these periods here. We're breaking the Bollinger Band. Since I have my Bollinger Band set up for a 3 sigma, then basically what that means is that we're way oversold and that we should be returning towards a simple moving average, which just so happens to be on 3010. This is, of course, all in the 30-minute interval. Interesting. I like that. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So here's the period of time where we're probably breaking the Bollinger Band. So you can see us trying to move back up to simple moving average. Let's see here. I got a lot of comments in here. Let me see what you guys are saying. Hayden asking the important question: where does suck, squeeze, bang, blow come from? It comes from me. I kid you not. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow really is something that I came up with. I wanted to see if I could find cycles inside very specific price and volume cycles that were happening inside of our stock. And so I went back to specifically, I went for a baseline. I went back and I looked at January of last year. Well, this year still. It's January this year. I went back to January and I kind of took a baseline and I said, okay, are there specific points in time where you can identify periods of time that relate to each other? And is there like specific things that happen with price or volume that identified different periods of time? And what I came up with was, and I'll drag it over here so you can see it. Let's see if we can get this coming over a little bit here so you can see that too. So what I came up with, and at the time I had no idea that I was going to be coming up with suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I was just simply trying to look for very unique periods of points of time. And what I noticed was there was 4 distinct cycle periods. And I said, you know what? I need to start looking at these cycle periods and see if we have those same things repeating themselves in the future. And if we do have those same kind of cycle periods repeating in the future that fall under the same kind of conditions, I need to come up with something that an analogy, something that kind of reminds me of what it's doing. And so as I started kind of going into the future and seeing that sure indeed there was other cycles, more sucking, more squeezing, more banging, more blowing, which I didn't have as an analogy at that point in time, I just started identifying those points in time. And the more I started looking at and finding these cycles, I said, you know what? The one thing that really stood out in my mind was the suck. The suck period really sucks. It does suck. And that's all you can think of, because all that happens during the suck period is you have a bunch of day-over-day price decreases and volume just going randomly all over the place and never really knowing what it's going to do. And so I decided to look at it in terms of price increasing and volume increasing, and then either both volume and price increasing, either hitting or missing. So I have columns here for price increases day over day, volume increases day over day, and whether or not those either hit or miss at the same time. And lo and behold, within the suck period, you have misses the entire time, meaning both, either one or the other, either price or volume is not moving up day over day. And then moving into the squeeze period of the time, I found that there are some very unique properties to each one of these. And so kind of when I started to realize that there was the cycle, a 4-stage cycle, I was like, this is really a lot like an engine. This is moving a lot like an engine, where you have sucking, squeezing of volume, banging where there's like this really huge explosion, but then nothing really happens. It's just a boom, a quick boom with nothing, and then the blow. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow was born. And so I started identifying those cycles. Now, where do we stand right now? Because I don't think I've covered this yet today, and we do need to cover this. Where do we stand as of today? Because we had price increase yesterday, we can still say that we are in the blow. We couldn't say that if we didn't have price increase, because the first thing that's going to happen for us to fall out of the blow period is we would have to miss both volume and price increasing day over day. So yesterday we had a price increase, and that price increase was like just over 2%. Volume was 46,737,700. And let me correct any discrepancies in volume from the previous day, because they do update volume. Up to like 48 or 72 hours later. So yesterday was still blow. We're still in the blow section of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. We hit price increasing still. Today may be a little bit different. Today may be a volume increase and not a price increase. But if we miss both volume and price day over day, then we're out of the blow. And we had an extremely short blow period. Extremely short, in contrast to the rest of the cycle. So what do we need to see today? We need to see either price make it over 30.30, or we need to see volume make it over 46.7 million shares traded for the day. One of the two needs to happen. Otherwise, we go into a cool down period. Now, if I pull this back, I'm going to pull this back up real quick. If I pull this back up and I scroll all the way to the very top here, because the first period that I started tracking the data from was 9/28 of last year, you'll notice that the blow for that period of time was one single day on 11/9, where we had a 51.41% increase in price and 1,364% increase on volume. And then we went into a cool down phase. The cool down phase lasted 20 days before we moved into the early December to late January run up. So if that happens, the suck, squeeze, bang, blow is not meant to try and predict the future. It's only trying to tell you where you're at in the cycles. If we move into a cool down period of the cycles, then we have to start the suck, squeeze, bang, blow all over again. And if that's the case, we're gonna have to go through the suck, and the suck is gonna mean more price or volume failure day over day. Misses, a bunch of misses, and it's gonna suck, just like the word says. So, where does it come from? Analysis on my own, from me. What settings do I use for RSI? So Stockmaster, if you're still listening, I know I'm kind of getting late to some questions here, but if you're still listening, RSI has been Park Aaron and myself, or AP, however you may know him. We've been kind of discussing some things lately, and I just recently found out that on the indicator settings for RSI, Webull allows you up to 3 different length settings for your RSI. The standard default setting is 14, but I'm currently tracking all 3 right now. So if you're curious as to which one's the right RSI, just look at the green one. The green one's the correct one. Which currently isn't showing over here on the right, but it's the green line. I know it looks jacked up right now. I'm experimenting. I'm experimenting with, I don't know. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm not experimenting anymore. I don't really think that I need to see those other numbers. They don't really seem to help me or benefit me. Maybe in the after hours when I'm kind of going back through and reviewing everything, but during the day it doesn't probably help. Fidelity showing massive outages on web services. Boy, I need to catch up what you guys are saying here. See, I love this, guys. I love this. We're all teaching each other something here. Stockmaster is using MFI and VI now. I'm telling you guys, I think there's better indicators. If you look, MACD is such a, it is so basic. If you look at the formula for MACD, it is so basic. You need a more robust formula, and that's Vortex Indicator. It is so much more robust than the MACD, and it's cleaner. It's so much cleaner to look at. I can't even. Zach saying stop. Externally, extremely short blow periods always suck. That's true. I mean, Parker and I were just looking at it, Stonkmaster. We were just looking at the data and trying to do some comparisons in the aftermarket hours between the different periods. And honestly, like I just think if you're just looking at it on a intraday level, like it probably means nothing to you. But if you're looking at it on a more long-term basis, I think that data could potentially mean something more. It could show like a trend, crossovers. Let me check out Fidelity. I will check it out. If you guys ever want to know, I'm not having any difficulties. I just use Fidelity. Nothing's wrong. If you ever want to look and see if there's outages, I think it's Down Detector. Down Detector, I think, is a good website to use. It's downdetector.com, and it does indeed show Fidelity is having problems. I didn't have problems just now, but they are definitely showing Fidelity is having problems. AWS had issues. Life 360, Rocket League, for those of you who are trying to play Rocket League right now. It looks like there's some outages across the board here. If you're having problems, this is a good place to go and check and see if you're the only one or if everybody else is having them too. Probably one of the first places I go when my stream drops out of YouTube. I check to see if YouTube's having the problem or if it's me. So Fidelity definitely having some issues. Oh, Sean actually put that in there. I'm still trying to catch up with what you guys are writing. MFI is a great indicator for price divergences. I tend to look at it more on the 1 hour and 4 hour or day charts. Yeah, I can see how that would work. Porter said I put some call orders in pre-market with Fidelity and they didn't go through. It does appear like Fidelity's having some issues. I'm not currently having any problems with it. So if you guys were having problems earlier, I'm not having any problems right now. And according to Down Detector, it does look like their issues might be clearing up slightly. So I just pulled up news on Evergrande. It says China developers hit by record rating downgrades after Evergrande crisis. Chinese property developers have been hit by record numbers of downgrades from international credit rating agencies this year. That was posted 8 hours ago by Financial Times. Three hours ago by the Wall Street Journal says China Evergrande says state-backed risk team will engage with creditors. So if you want your money back, if you're a creditor to Evergrande and you want your money back, you got to work with the country. That's convenient. Where did my Twitter account go? I gotta put this up here for you guys to see. Adam Aaron tweeted, why does my screen look like this? I have no idea. In contrast to 2020 and 2021, Spider-Man continues to drive robust attendance. The domestic, by the way, guys, robust is the 2020 and 2021 word of the industry that I just came out of. Robust is the new industry term. It was funny in all the years that I worked in the industry. There was always keywords, like words that were trigger words for people to say, and robust has been one of the most recent ones. It always cracks me up because you start hearing people. I've even used it. I've used it with you guys. Robust is deep dive is one. Robust is one. There's always these like trigger words that people start using. I feel like within the AMC community, fractals, fractals has been a key word. The domestic industry box office, U.S. and Canada totals was 40.9 million on Monday, December 20th. Before Spider-Man, it was only 3.5 million on Monday, December 13th, and 4 million on Monday, December 6th. And then he shows a nice picture of Spider-Man giving the backside, saying thanks. That's special. Robust. Those keywords, they just kill me. Synergies. What reminds me of synergies is blockchain. Blockchain is another one of those keywords. Everybody's into blockchain. Blockchain this, blockchain that. And I laugh. I laugh at the words. I'm not trying to make fun of them. It's just that I think it's really funny how people latch on to these words, these keywords, and it's like I could just sit here and good morning, Nikki. I could just sit here and tell you guys like NFT blockchain and robust in a sentence, and like everybody just go like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome. Oh, he said the best thing ever." The keywords really kill me. They kill me. They're trigger words. Leveraging synergies. You guys have to look out for those trigger words. You really have to look out for them. When people say them, question the keywords, because it's almost like they throw those keywords in there to like it's a buzzword, like I'm gonna grab your attention with this buzzword. Robust squeeze. We have fractalicious robust squeezes going on right now. Supercalifractalicious. I don't know. I, being the kind of person that I am, I key in on those kind of things, and I don't know. My mind shuts off as soon as one of those keywords that's supposed to grab me hits me. I shut down. I shut down. I stop listening. I go like, "Oh wait, you just said robust. Why is it robust again?" I'm confused. Did you just say robust to say robust? A robust breakout on the fractal. We all do it though, guys. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody who says the keywords. We all do it. I do it. We all do it. It's just it strikes me as funny. Do you guys remember one of the ones that used to kill me the most? And this one wasn't really. This one was more of like an FU word. People used to say clearly. Clearly. Do you remember that? I want to say it was like mid. It was probably right around like 2001, maybe 2002. And people would say, no, it may have been a little bit later than that, but the word was clearly. And it was kind of one of those words that people would say to shut you down. Like they would say you'd have an argument or a discussion about something, and they would say clearly, if you don't understand that this is doing this, then then this. And I hated that clearly word because it was just kind of like one of those things where it was like whenever I heard somebody saying clearly, it was like a big F you. Like clearly you have no idea what you're talking about if you don't understand this. I hate that word. I hate clearly. We play corporate buzzword bingo on Zoom calls. Ooh, I love that. Clearly you're wrong. You know? But they don't say it right. I mean, the way that clearly is used, it was always used in not attacking you directly, but saying like the idea was clear. So if I were to say something like clearly fractals are the key indicators to price movement, the only counter argument to that is well, clearly not. There's other indicators too. So I don't know. I just hate clearly. Clearly we will be wealthy. I like that one though. I like that one because clearly we will be wealthy. Clearly unclear. We have 12 minutes more left here, guys, and I'll do another technical analysis. And again, I'm not trying to pick on fractals. It's just the first word that pops into my mind. I could have used any word like clearly cement is better than concrete. Oh man. Clearly electric cars are better than gas cars. Clearly. It's like, wait a minute, what? You can't just hit me with clearly. Pip saying, confession, I drop clearly when I'm crabby mom mode. We do it. We do it. I'm not saying any of us are free and guilty or not guilty of using these words. We are all guilty of using these words. I'm clearly guilty of using these words myself. It happens. It happens. They're buzzwords. Watch out for them. Watch out for those buzzwords because they typically will tell you that there's something not right. Not right. Look for something wrong when you hear a buzzword. Look for something wrong. Because the only reason a buzzword is used is because of what you just said. You're crabby. You couldn't come up with anything else to clearly define how you felt. And so you used a word that was authoritative because you didn't want there to be any discussion afterwards. That's what buzzwords are about. They're about shutting down ideas and being the only idea. Josh was saying, just clicked on Twitter, and the first thing I see is I understand the long videos are not the fave. I get it. I wanted to give the bearish scenarios a robust look, according to fractals. I'm telling you guys, when you see the buzzwords, you have to recognize them. Let me be clearly clear. I don't know about apparently, because I did use that earlier, Salty Dog, and every time I say apparently, I think of that little kid. Have you ever seen the 5-year-old that was like standing on like what looked like a pier or something like that, and he was doing that interview, and he goes, "Clearly, I did not expect the ride to be so violent," or I don't know. He says something, and he uses clearly, like he says it several times. That's the only thing I can think of when I think of the word clearly. But it is, or no, that's apparently. That's what he said. He does say apparently, not clearly. I don't know if apparently is one of those industry words. It could have been, but it might be kind of older. I think it's so hilarious. Bearish scenarios, a robust look according to fractals. Question. Always question. Question me, guys. Question me always. Do not just take my word for everything. I may be wrong about things, and you need to hold me accountable. Question. Nefarious. Pip. I think I may have started that one. I know it's going to sound really crazy, but I used Nefarious before I think anybody else started using Nefarious. And it was really funny to me because I started seeing it blow up everywhere. As soon as I started using Nefarious, it started blowing up absolutely everywhere. Nefarious, I 100% agree with you. It has been being way overused with Nefarious, and it cracks me up because sometimes I will come up with words like that, those buzzwords that I think are words that will catch on with people. And I think that I feel like I'm taking credit for something I probably shouldn't take credit for, but I'd used that a couple months ago in a couple different situations where I said nefarious, and it's one of those. I totally agree on nefarious. I'll tell you another one. I think I invented this one. Um, what was this one called? This is maybe some of you know this, and maybe some of you don't. I'm gonna type it into the keyboard and see if you guys know what it is. I'm trying to remember what. Um, have you ever seen this word before? Have you ever seen UFA? If you've ever seen UFA, I made that. Some of you who work in certain industries may recognize that. It depends on what kind of line of work you've done in the past, but UFA is mine. I claim that one, 100%. I'm curious to see if any of you guys have seen UFA before, because I have actually seen it cross industries before, and I've seen it used. Some of you may know what it is, especially if you're in automation. If you're in an automated industry, you'll know what UFA is. That's mine. I created that. May not be too many people. Nefarious retail investors are giving hedge funds robust pounding. I love it. Roberto, good morning. Good morning, Roberto. It's definitely nefarious. UFTA. What does UFTA stand for? It might be a variation off of what I'm saying. It might be. I don't know. We'll see. In the industry that I work in, or used to work in, uh, it's heavily populated with ex-military people. So acronyms is a huge thing, and in engineering in general, acronyms is a huge thing. So they kind of go hand in hand, and so acronyms are highly used all over the place. And UFA, I got tired of typing it out all the time. And you guys are going to say, like, there's not supposed to be two O's because of is not supposed to be a acronym. I didn't care. Out of full auto. I started that one, in case you guys have ever heard of it. I got tired of typing that all the time. In the industry that I worked in, we had a lot of automation, and sometimes people would contact you and say, "What's going on with this tool? Why is it UFA?" they would say out of full. Why is out of full control? And I would say, or full auto. Why is it out of full auto? And I would say, well, I took it out of full auto because of this, or I would say, it was a highly used terminology to say out of full auto. So I shortened it down to an acronym of UFA. VWAP or Bollinger Bands? Ooh. Biden is giving another speech. What time? Let's take a look at those two. Let me look at them real quick here before I speak on it. Who said that? Carl. Let me look at it. They're different. So let's pull up the two indicators on here. Do I not have it? No, it's got to be at the top. Here it is. So what's the difference? Okay, so what is the difference between a volume weighted average price? Is average? Yeah, volume weighted average price. What is the difference between VWAP versus Bollinger Band? And what I would say is that I think they're really kind of two different indicators altogether, and I wouldn't say one's better than the other, but I'll tell you why I would prefer one over the other. VWAP kind of tells you like what is price doing versus volume, right? Is it possible for you to have high amounts of volume and low price? And what would happen to the VWAP if that were the case? Whereas the Bollinger Bands are simply telling you about trying to give you like a good example of where volatility is versus the simple moving average. So it's saying, okay, your volatility should be, and I've changed my upper and lower bands to be within a 3 sigma, not a 2 sigma. Normally, the Bollinger Bands are supposed to be within the standard setting is a 2 sigma. I prefer 3 sigma because most of my entire career was spent looking at 3 sigmas. You're out of control once you're outside of a 3 sigma, and that's just what I'm used to seeing. So I changed it. I changed mine to 3 sigma. But in this particular instance here, the Bollinger Bands are saying, when they tighten up like this, it's saying less volatility, right? But is it possible to have less volatility and volume rising? Absolutely. This is a perfect example that we're looking at right here, where you have volume increasing right here, but volatility is actually pinching off, right? So it is possible to have higher volatility with lower volume. That means that the price is moving around really quickly, and it would mean that you might have like really large candle wicks. But volatility and making sure that your price stays within in the volatility bands, and whether or not there's going to be a correction, because you can see right here how close we got to that top side of that band. In a 2 sigma scenario, that's definitely hitting outside of the band right there, and so you're going to see a correction back down to the simple moving average to try and get back into control. Whereas with a VWAP, a volume weighted average price, it's really just kind of telling you like where center is based off of volume. It's saying like this, based off of what your volume ratios are for the day today, this is where your price, your average price should be at. So you would kind of use VWAP as like a sign of bearishness or bullishness. That's how I would view it. So when you're on the bottom side of the VWAP, you're looking at bullish periods of time. And when you're moving into the top side of VWAP, you're looking at bullish momentum. But the Bollinger Bands is really more about like just trying to show you volatility and where the middle of that volatility is. That's how I would define that. If that doesn't make sense, please let me know, because I'll try to expand on it more, but I don't know that I can. Apparently, the president is speaking about supply chain. Ooh, that would be a good one to listen to. Sent you the father. Uh-oh. Is father upset or is father busy? Let me check my Twitter, father. Father says we're about. We break out and retest. We're off to the races, and I think he's talking about specifically the level of 2872, which we almost hit at 2875. I personally think, guys, and it's okay for us to have differing opinions. I want you guys to remember the great thing about differences of opinions is it gives an opportunity for somebody to learn. Whether it be me, whether it be anybody else, it doesn't matter who it is. I really think that we're looking at two very specific prices over the next 2 days. I think we're looking at the 200 MA, and I think that we're looking at the top of the Bollinger Band. I said Bollinger Band. I meant to say the top of the Ichimoku cloud. If we reach one of these two, we could see something significantly happen in that direction. So if we reach 2775, we could see a big push down. If we never reach there, and the middle ground is 3010, by the way. If we reach the top side, which is the 200 simple moving average, we would be at 3245, and breaking through that would mean, I think, a lot of buying pressure moving in. And I really think that the goal over the next couple days is to just drive us into sideways movement. And I think if anything, we'll see a little bit more downwards pressure tomorrow than today. Let me get rid of my Bollinger Bands, and I really haven't done the technical analysis for this hour. When I come back to this page here, we're going to check that out. Let me take a look at all of the data here. We'll go through a technical analysis and see where we're heading. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Updating the off exchange. By this time in the morning, if there's a lot of pressure against hedge funds, we would be at 59%. We're not going to be that high, guys. Our volume's super low. If I had to guess, we're probably around like maybe 51, 52. Well, it's a little higher than I would have expected. We're at 54, almost 55% in the off exchange. So there's a lot of pressure being applied. These are actually very, very close numbers to what we would see by the end of the day. So off exchange being used pretty heavily. 54.94% in the off exchange, and CBOE EDGX is at 10.29. Definitely high numbers. Updating Ortex to see where we're at there. An hour ago, wow, I guess I didn't write down the numbers. An hour ago, I don't remember what it was, but currently it's showing a return of 474,000 shares. That's going to drop our estimated short share interest of the free float down to 19.12%. They do need to try and find 31 million shares before mid to late January. And so far, they've only found 4 million of the 35 that they needed. So we're down to 31 needed left. I can guarantee you the goal is to try and find more shares off the market if possible. That is the goal right now. The goal of the people who are invested in trying to make sure AMC fails. Call options. At a $30 strike price, there's 11.9 thousand contracts. There was 5.6 an hour ago. So kind of a doubling, almost. On the put side, highest amount of volume currently at a $29 strike price. Went from 4.3 to 10.5. Very, very, very close margins on the volume between those two. I tend to think that we're going to kind of lean more towards 29 by the end of the day today. Maybe I should update that. We might finish a little bit more on the higher side of 29. Taking you over to the other screen, we have orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 9th position. Okay, see, we're looking much better today. 65% buy ratio to 33% sales. Much, much better looking. Way more strong. Some of the paper hands are gone from yesterday. GME. Jimmy. Good old Jimmy is not on the list. Jimmy Bo Bob. Not making it back on the list. They have no volume. The reason they have no volume is because they are trapped up in DRS. DRS has them in timeout. Mom and Dad DRS has taken the shares out of play. Therefore, they have no volume. They need the volume. Can't DRS your shares. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Zilch. Only returns. 20.7 thousand calls are in the money on the call options. 101.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number way higher than I would like to see. I'm telling you guys, stop being the player. If there's no players, there's no game. Don't lose money, guys. I feel like longs, I feel like if you're taking long positions or you're taking short positions, the whole reason that you're losing money right now is because they want to milk you. They being institutions, the brokers. They want to milk you for everything that you're worth. And they are going to do that. And they will continue to run this price sideways as long as they can milk you. Don't let that happen. Don't be the player, be the house. I don't want to see us lose, guys. I'm tired of seeing apes lose. I'm really tired of it. And when I say apes, it's not even just apes. I'm tired of seeing retail lose. I want retail to win. The Nasdaq is up 0.75%. The Dow Jones is up 0.44%. The S&P 500 is up 0.68%. We currently have 4,500 advancers to 2,987 decliners, so the market is definitely advancing right now. The VIX is down 7.62%. Tesla is up 7.7. Hood is down 2.11. Amazon is up 0.56. Cinemark is up 0.15. Doge is up 4.07. Bitcoin is up 0.34. GME is down 0.24, and AMC is down 3.16. We have our inflow versus our outflow. We have more outflow than inflow by a 11-point spread. And our total volume pace, hold on a second. We are on pace for 61.15 million shares traded for the day today. My volume prediction for the day today is between 25 and 45 million. Might be I was gonna go 30-50 originally, and then I dropped it to 20-40, and then I compromised and found the middle at 25-45. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be really, really close. On the daily interval, we have equal buying. It's so hard to say. I think we have just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 44.85. On a 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.9. On the 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.72. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.21. So most of the indicators say more buying pressure. We are a little bit lower than our target for the day of 30.10. Let's see where we're heading here. I feel like... you feel like what? I feel like, Yoda, I feel like we might have... I'm going to draw that, and then I'm going to draw this. Because this is not a descending parallel channel. It's slightly wider than that. It's slightly wider enough to where it could be a descending broadening wedge. If that were the case, and price broke out going up here, we could see it come back down further. How much further? Let's take a look at the two different scenarios. $27.12, which is just slightly lower than our 27.75 that we need to come up, and that we need to stay above. Oh no, I'm sorry. I said 27.12. I looked at the number wrong. 27.71, which is still just slightly lower than that bottom number. So we really need to see 27.75 hold. That's going to be the number that we really need to hold for the day today. It does look like it's starting to consolidate down here to the very end of this wedge, so we might see the breakout, depending on whether of this descending broadening wedge. We might see a breakout right here into this bullish triangle. We'll see if it breaks past 29. What do I have this price set to? I have no idea. 29 something, 29.63-ish. Porter saying they got their NFT email. Please let me know if you got anything good. Einstein, it sounds like it's happened. Lewis got their email. Charlie just got their email. Lewis got their email twice. Oh, yes, the registered shareholders do get one. I don't know when that comes through. I'm not sure when that one comes through. Use it quick. I just got Series 1. Ooh, hold on a second, guys. I gotta go and break. Oh, I don't know if Series 1 makes a difference. Oh, I don't know if it depends on when you get the... Ooh, I gotta go wake up my wife. It is her day off, though. I feel like Family Guy. Do I go wake her up? It's like poking the bear, the sleeping bear. You don't do that. Ooh. Oh man, I want to go wake her up right now. Don't wake up, wife. I got to. It's Series 1. What if it's time sensitive? What if it's time sensitive? The decisions, they're tough. They're tough decisions. I'm struggling over here going like, no, what do I do? What do I do? I gotta go wake her up. What if it's like, what if it's really good? Oofa. Oofa. Out of full auto. What if it is time sensitive? Pip says no. She's just gonna throw her phone at me. She's just gonna throw her phone at me and tell me to do it. All right, we bounced along the top side of the descending, broadening wedge channel, wedge, descending, broadening. I think it's a wedge. So that may be the appropriate technical analysis for price movement currently. Jason says, got my email. I don't want to hold the vote. Yeah, I know you have till 3/1 to redeem, but what if it makes a difference on when you redeem it as to what you get? Oh man, all right. Vote it is. Vote it is. All right, there it is. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna give you guys I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. I wake her up in 3 minutes. Or I wake her or I don't wake her up in 3 minutes based off of your votes. There it is, just popped up. Why does it take so long? Wake up wife for NFT claim. Oh, that's a tough one. 100% said no so far. Wow. Oh man. Deciding on whether or not we wake up the wife to claim the NFT. 20% say yes, 80% say no. Oh, what if you... Now I feel like you guys are playing mind tricks on me. Now I'm turning... You guys are turning me into Charlie. What if you're just trying to play mind tricks on me so you can get better NFTs? What if I get screwed because you guys are just trying to like get me to wait. I'm just kidding. I'll actually do whatever you guys vote for. If you say no, I'm not gonna wake her. She's gonna be pissed though. I'm telling you, she's gonna hate you guys. She's gonna hate you guys if we end up getting like some crappy common NFT. She's gonna be so pissed off if we get some crappy NFT. Because you have to remember the work that she put up with. She was trying to get the tickets, the movie tickets, during her break, throughout her break while she was at her job, and into her shift work. As she was going back into work, she was still trying to get tickets into the movie theater. So you have to remember how much she went through to get this for me. This was something she knew that I thought was important, and she did it as I was sleeping because I gave up. So if we get some like crappy common because I waited to wake her up, she's gonna be mad at me. I'm gonna be the one who gets in trouble. And you know who I'm gonna blame it on? Yep. Oh yeah. I'm blaming it on you guys. I'm gonna I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say I put up the vote, hun. They said no. All right, one more minute. One more minute on votes. So far it's a no. I should have made that pitch before the vote. I get to blame you guys. I get to blame you guys. Yay! I have a scapegoat. Charlie got Spider-Man 038, number 727 of 950. Dude, that seems pretty rare. 950? That's rare. Wow. Congratulations. That's awesome. I'm so glad to see that somebody got. I mean, that seems pretty rare to me. 950 in existence and you got one. Dang, that's pretty sweet, dude. Way to go. Did any of you guys who got the who when we walked into the movie theater, I gave evil eye. I gave so much evil eye to all those people in that movie theater who I knew got seats before me. Oh, I gave so much evil eye. I looked at them as I walked by and went, I know you were the one getting my seat when I was trying to. My mom said, "You say you'll do what we say, then try to manipulate us to change our vote." I think once the vote's made, the vote's made. It's over. It's done. Said deal. I don't think you can revote. All right, guys. It's time to end the vote. Now I know who you really are, AMC Stockmaster. Just kidding. All right, I'm ending the poll. It was really close, guys. It was really close. I'm not gonna wake her up. We're gonna we're gonna put it in the hands of 60/40. Wow, isn't that weird? 60/40 is the exact number that I always say I want to see for buy over sell ratio. What a weird number. It's a sign. No, it's not. All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I'm not gonna wake her up. I'm not gonna wake her up. I know she's gonna get up here in a little bit, anyways. Probably in like an hour and a half or so. And I didn't tell you that either. We'll let it ride. We voted on fake news. Okay. I'm having too much fun. I don't even want to go to break. I'm going to break. And I'm only going to take 30 minutes. I'm not going to wake her up. We'll be back at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Put on some music for you guys. And I'll see you guys on the other side of break at 11 a.m.
dreams I see you again, on the same road we used to hide and escape. With us we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you, I feel you, you finally see me again. I need you, I feel you, I need you, you finally see me again. In my dreams I see you again, on the same road we used to hide and escape. With us we used to dance to the fire, never thinking of anything else. I feel you, I need you, I feel you, you finally see me again. I feel you, I need you, I feel you, you finally see me again. You finally see me again.
This totally reminds me of Stranger Things. I don't look. Just throw my vote in. Alrighty. I love that you guys are getting excited about something. If there was a perfect time to get excited about something other than the stock, I love that you guys are getting excited about something. Spider-Man number 87 emailed AMC told them my car broke down on the way to the movie. Guess they came through for me. Joshua Bryson picking up his NFT. What a company. What a company. I'm getting blown up on Twitter. I posted out there, I said, what did I say? I can't even remember what I said. I said, go get your Spider-Man NFT and tell me what you got. And I'm getting blown up. I have no idea what we got yet. I did not wake up my wife. The popular vote was 60-40 on not waking her up. However, within the hour or an hour and a half, she should be waking. So I might be finding out what we got then. Congratulations to all you guys. I'm so happy for you. I'm really, really happy that you guys are doing well. The process is random. That's good to know. It could be that they were already issued in advance. So waking her was probably the right call. Lowest minted card card 2 is currently 39. I hear you, Luke. I hear you, but we just don't have volume today. This is kind of one of those days where you go do something else. Christmas shop. Maybe you don't do Christmas. Hanukkah shop. Maybe Hanukkah's over. I don't know. Go hang out with a friend. Take your wife on a date. Take your girlfriend on a date. Take your daughter on a date. It is important for dads to do daughter dates, guys. If you've got a son, take your son. If you're a female, take your son on a date. Show him how a man is supposed to treat his girlfriend. Tell him what he's supposed to do. Do something different today. Do something different. You watch this every single day. You know what? I feel like I got to put my glasses on to tell you this. You do this every single day. You don't need to do this today. Today's one of those days where you can walk away and not even have to worry about anything. Because what has gone on during this period of time? Just a bunch of nothing. Set some limits if you're worried about prices. Walk away. Go have some fun. Live life. Don't stress. I'll still be here. In case you come back and you want to know what's going on, I'll still be here. Remtax taking his dog on a date. There you go. See you later, Remtech. Have fun. It's good. It's good. It's okay, guys. It's okay to walk away. Completely okay. Let me update Fidelity, and we'll do the first. Since I got back from break, we'll do the technical analysis. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Off exchange, currently reporting 59.94 in the off exchange. CBOE EDGX is reporting 10.29. We refreshed that, and it's showing 56% in the off exchange and 11% in the CBOE EDGX. That's up slightly, but considering the fact that we have such a low volume today, that's really high. That seems to be high to me, considering how much low volume we have. Moving down to Ortex, currently showing a return of 1.58 million shares. Remember, guys, they need to find, as of this morning, they needed to find 31 more million shares between now and the end of January. $1.58 million. On the options. Highest amount of volume for the calls at $30 strike price an hour ago was 11.9 thousand contracts. It's now up to 14.3. On the puts, it seems like $29 is holding for the highest amount of volume. Went from 10.5 an hour ago to 12.3. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 9th position with 64% buys to 36% sales. Almost the same ratio of what you guys voted for to not wake up my wife while I was on break, which was probably a good call. Good on you guys. Good on you guys. 64% buys to 36% sales. Volume for GME. Not strong enough to put it onto the buy sell list for Fidelity. Good old Jimmy can't make it out to play because his shares are locked up in DRS. Shares borrowed in the last hour. None. Only returns. 20.7 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 101.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. The out of the money calls is really egregious. That's not good, guys. Don't be the player, be the house. I'm telling you. That's where the money is. Not financial advice. NASDAQ is up 0.87%. Dow Jones is up 0.44%. S&P 500 is up 0.73%. The market is advancing over declining with 4,629 advancers to 2,894 decliners. The VIX is down 7.71%. Tesla is up 7.31%. Hood is down 0.95%. Amazon is up 0.62%. Cinemark is up 0.26%. Doge is up 2.94%. Bitcoin is flashing red, or, well, purple green. It's breaking even. GME is down 0.27 and AMC is down 3.6. Currently we have a spread of 15-point spread between inflow and outflow. our pace, our volume pace for the day today. $46.96 million shares traded for the day today is the pace that we're on for the day today. My volume prediction for the day is 25 to 45. So we're definitely going to fall down based off of what we're seeing currently, provided there's no kind of run up in the end half of the day and something completely throws us off here on where we're heading. Volume is definitely showing signs of falling to within my prediction range. On the daily chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.61. On a 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.63. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, I think. There might be slightly more buying with a RSI of 39.34. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.69. If this is indeed a descending broadening wedge, there's a possibility that we could see that low price of 27, what did I put up before? I don't remember. 27.72, I think, or something like that for the day. And 27.75 is that number that we need to hold. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that descending broadening wedge in here, but I'm also going to draw something else out. And we're touching actually on the bottom side of this wedge right now. Probably right around the time where I expect to see a break out of this wedge. Really close to it anyways. We have, I believe, falling price. Falling price, falling volume. Should be bullish, but I have a feeling this is going to break out down. We have also a trend line here that is pointing at the bottom side of this wedge. Most of our indicators are all saying up, 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 up. Most of our indicators are saying up. But the fight continues on. Because we may have a bigger picture here, which is this descending broadening wedge pattern. They're selling for $182 to $280 USD right out of the gate. Joshua, I had a talk with my brother-in-law, Eric, one of the guys that does the price predictions, the one that gets the best price predictions. And this is not financial advice in any means, but we were kind of talking about like what would be the worth of some of these NFTs over time. And we had kind of theorized that there was a possibility that they might be worth more right off the get-go than they were later on. So it'll be interesting to see if that's the right, if that's going to be correct or not. Although I had this really interesting idea while I was on break. Pip Ray, congratulations, that's a cool card. Which one did Pip Ray? Spider-Man 043 Series 1, 766 out of 950. Nice. Very, very nice. I had this idea. What do you think about this? Because I started thinking about baseball cards. What if you could what if you could digitally alter your NFT with a signature? What if Adam Aaron could digitally sign an NFT? Would it become worth more? Wouldn't that be interesting? Just a thought. Digital NFTs that could be modified. That would be very, very interesting. Or perhaps maybe signed by the creator of the NFT, the original artist. I don't know. I was just thinking of baseball cards. Maybe there's something that's already like that. I don't even know. Let's see if we get a level of support here at $29. This is max pain for the day-to-day, guys. This is the number that I was kind of throwing out to you at the beginning of the day. I kind of felt like $29 would be what we were trying to probably push down into. Max pain. Oh wait, is my picture not up on the screen? My bad. So if we hold $29, could be looking at something like this, depending on where the low point is. And this, if it goes down too much further here, then what we would be looking at is potentially a bearish triangle. Who said that? Luke says, I feel like every week I've been thinking next week is the week. And I can't even begin to tell you. It's been a long ride. It has been a long, long ride. You know what you'll be saying though when this thing does start taking off?
That was easy.
That's what you're probably gonna be saying. That was nothing. This is cake. As you start seeing thousands of percents of increase in your portfolio, you'll be like, that was easy. That was nothing. I could do that all over again. You'll forget. You'll forget how painful the process was. Because there'll be new pains. There'll be new pains in the future. And those pains will be, as we're hitting like 50, 60, 70% price swings, the new pains will be, oh my gosh, is this the end? Or is this the end? Or is this the end? But you'll still be looking really, really green. But the whole time you'll be worrying about when the end is. And it'll be so much more painful to go through than the long fight of going week over week, going, is this the week? Is this the week? Is this the week? So this is wearing you down. This is getting you into this is an attempt to get you into that state of like, I just want this to be over, right? Do you feel it? like childbirth. I didn't want to say it, Pip, and I'm glad that you did. I really wanted to say that. I have no idea what childbirth is like, and I don't feel like it's fair for me to use that as an analogy, but this is exactly, I've compared it to that before. It is completely like what it's like. You get done and you go like, you know what? I could do that again. But you know how much pain you went through. But for some reason, the payout in the end, the reward, is so much better. It makes you forget about all the tough time. And you go like, you know what? That really wasn't that bad. I could do it again. And I'll tell you what, that's that same feeling. Um, that same feeling is something that you kind of have for guys. I can relate to that from triathlons. You go out, you train for a sprint triathlon, real short triathlon, super short. You swim 200 meters, uh, maybe 400 meters tops. You go ride your bike for like 12 miles, and you run for like 3 or 4 miles, and you get done the very first time, and you're just exhausted, and you hurt everywhere. You have muscles that hurt that you had no idea could possibly hurt, and but you have this sense of accomplishment, and you go like, wow, that was so much easier than I thought it could have been. Even though you feel the way that you feel, you have that sense of accomplishment. You're like, you know what? I think I could do better. That's what you literally think after you get done. You go, I could have done better. If I'd have just done this, I could have done better. This is not going to be one of those events though. This is going to be one of those events where you have one chance, one opportunity. Some of you who got a chance to live through GME know that you're getting a second chance that you didn't have the first time. But this is your chance. This is your chance, and your only chance, probably, ever at having some opportunity like this come into your life. You're not going to have a second chance at this. So you have to make this one count. Sounds Luke. It sounds like your sister is a really strong triathlete. Doing back-to-back full Ironmans. You said. Yep, full Ironmans. You didn't say half, so she did full Ironmans, month apart. That's an accomplishment, and it takes a lot of training to get there. Casey, women will get triggered if you compare running, triathlon, or swimming, or any hard thing. Which I totally get it, man. I totally get it. It's not the same. Childbirth is totally different. I'm just saying, something that a guy could relate to. Something a guy could relate to is perhaps an athletic feat that they didn't think they could accomplish, and accomplished. I totally agree with you. There's childbirth is really like the best example, but guys can't really relate to it. So, just like women can't pee standing up. Not well. Her coach didn't let her run a full marathon or bike the whole distance beforehand. Um, Luke, I was a strong. So a lot of people out there are of the opinion that you have to go the full distance before you get into the race, and I completely disagree. When I did the training, when I did training and I coached myself, I didn't have any coaches. I knew that you could do partial distances and still come up with the full distance at the end. It depends on how you do your training. If you train appropriately, then pace yourself for the race. You can accomplish the distances. Pip Ray, I have no idea. I have no idea, honestly. I really don't. This is the drop, guys. This is the drop that I was referring to earlier with the descending broadening wedge here. So basically what you do to figure out how much this is going to drop by is you take the top minus the bottom of the price period inside the channel. And I did that earlier. We'll do it again real quick here and figure out what it is. Uh, 86 cents, 86.5 cents, and I'm going to subtract that from the lower number. The bottom of this would be 27.88. That's what it's looking like, 27.88, which is actually above our lower limit number that we have down here. So that's not that bad. That's actually a good thing. But it does look like we broke out of this this triangle, heading down here a little bit. Perhaps that could be perhaps the case. It's not moving very strong, and if we pull up the Bollinger Bands on this, it actually touched the bottom, which means it was moving down too quickly. The attack was too fast. Depending on how severe the attack is, you'll probably see this release a little bit. Maybe come back up to actually the way that this is heading down here. I would say there's probably not going to be a release on this for very long. Probably look like this right here. $92, not bad. I can tell you guys right now, the desire is to make sure that this thing does not hit buy levels for swing traders. And if we move back out to the 4-hour, and we take a look at it's gone, at the Ichimoku cloud. There it is right there. We're above the cloud, but we're going down in price. We need to remain above this zone. If we stay above this cloud, we're good. But we still need to see buy pressure coming back and getting us back over the conversion line, which we've dropped underneath. And you can see the lagging line back here starting to drop back down. So it really is going to kind of come down to how we finish out today, tomorrow, and tomorrow. And then we don't trade on Friday, so. But as long as we can stay above this cloud, we're moving into next week, and I think we could have some better looking numbers moving into next week. So there's our correction from the hard movement downwards. There's our correction to the simple moving average. And now it's free to move back down again. Charlie says, people talk about the dip before the rip, but I'm expecting the crash before the blast. JP, how's it going? Luke said yes, that's how he did the training. He had her training for months. It really does. It really does have to do with very specialized types of training. If you're trying to go really long distances, um, doing multiple workouts like 2 a days are really really intense on the body. But really kind of gets that body into understanding that it has to go for prolonged periods of time. So you don't necessarily have to go the full distance, but you get the body thinking that it's going to continuously move throughout the day. You get one workout in the morning. Say for example you run a 6 or 12 mile run, 6 to 10 mile run in the morning, and then you run like a 6 to 10 mile run in the afternoon. And what do? You've got yourself dang near a full marathon in a full day, but your body has a chance to recover. And that's the key part is that if you give your body a chance to recover in between workouts, when it comes time to actually run that race, when you have to do the full distance, your body knows. Your body knows. It says it's used to doing those long distances. All it becomes then is a mental challenge. You can maintain those numbers on longer distances. You just have to have the mental fortitude to be able to make it longer. It really is. It's just a mental challenge at that point. And believing in yourself. Porter said the sting before the fling. Joe says, good afternoon. JP says, so with this volume, does this mean we are back in the suck? It may. If we close out lower volume and lower price, it could very well mean that. And that has happened before. We have had instances where we've only had like 1 or 2 days of blow. And that happens. And, that's how a cycle works. I have no rhyme or reason for why cycles work the way that they work. I can just tell you that it wouldn't necessarily mean that we're back in the suck again, because there is that cool down period in between the sucks, the squeeze, the bang, and the blow. But what it could mean is that the next cycle could be much, much faster. So, for example, let's say today was the defining day that we determined that today is no longer part of the cycle that we were in, and we move to the cool down period, where we have hit or misses occurring. We could have a very quickly turnaround into the next cycle, and the next cycle would be determined by. Let me go back to my notes. The notes say, best identified as a period of time where both volume and price begins to drop. Single outlier days may exist where both price and volume go up, but the very next day, the previous day pattern resumes. Misses in both price and volume increases should be the main body of this period. So we may go into a period of cool down, which is neither hit or miss on price and volume, but we should see complete misses where we have both volume and price missing day after day for a period of time. The period of time leading up to the January squeeze last year started on 12.9. We're obviously well past 12.9 right now, so it could be a really quick cycle, this next one. And so if we went into a cycle like that where we started having both missing volume and price day over day for several days in a row, we could move straight into the suck again and going right into another cycle without a cooldown. So we'll have to kind of see how it plays out. And but when we do go into that next phase or the next cycle, in the first phase, it should be pretty apparent, and we'll see how long it lasts. Absolutely. That GD, what you just said, taking the volume down right out of the gate on Monday's 1020s, it killed us. It absolutely did. We got the wind knocked out of our sails on that one for sure. No, we were in the bang, Luke. We were in the bang, And what happened in the bang is we had shares that were sold off during the bang period, and it kind of dilution has this effect of throwing sugar in your gasoline tank, or sand or whatever you want to put in your gasoline tank. And so, we had a misfire. We had a misfire due to the shares being sold off during that period of time. That dilution kind of impacted our cycle, and it will continue to impact our cycle every single time that happens. So the only thing I can say to that is that if you going forward, if you have an opportunity to vote for as a shareholder for share dilution, if you don't want to have gasoline thrown, if you don't want to have sand thrown into your gasoline tank, or sugar or whatever it is that's getting thrown in there, then your answer for more shares being issued would be a no. If you want to have the gasoline burn properly and have a good, well-working engine that has a good cycle, then you're going to vote. Did I say that backward? Yeah. You're going to vote no. If you want to have sand thrown in, then you're going to vote yes. If you want to have share dilution, where the company can pull funds to buy movie theaters or pay down debt or those types of things, then you would vote yes. Luke, on the Wyckoff, I think the Wyckoff works to some extent, but again, the problem with Wyckoff is that it doesn't take into account for like share dilution, right? How does the Wyckoff, the Wyckoff works really well for, just charting like normal situations in a standard trend of a stock, and it doesn't account for all the other moving parts that are happening, and those are things that you need to take into account. And so I think the Wyckoff is really good in regards to normal tracing of standard patterns uh, in a stock that's trading on the market. But we have some very unique things going on inside AMC, and so I think you have to kind of take that into consideration when you're using the Wyckoff pattern analysis, and understand that there could be some deviations. For example, Wyckoff wasn't built around people buying and holding. It just wasn't. And so that alone right there changes some of the dynamics of what's going on with accumulation and distribution. So, that should be taken into account. No, Joe's not shill. I like the reference to the song. That was a very very cool way of throwing that out. We gave it away. Man, it's there's things that are happening. There's things that are happening. Think of it like this. Currently we have hedge funds who are fighting to stay alive. And they're doing everything that they possibly can to bankrupt this company, because there's only two options for them. It's either bankrupt the company or they go bankrupt. One of the two. I don't believe in a third option for them. There is no covering. It's either they go bankrupt or they bankrupt this company. So if you're a long institution, if you're an institution that's forced into being long into this play, and you've got the hedge funds up against the ropes, what could you do to make the most amount of money along the way? And then there's also other sides to this to think about. Our government may not be ready for this to be to have this squeeze yet. What are they doing from their side to enable people, companies, to continue to prolong this? There's a lot of really key factors to think about. There's a lot of different players that are going on here. And really, to be honest with you guys, we're along for the ride. And we just continue to do what we do. We buy and we hold, and you follow the golden rules. And that's it. And it's going to play out eventually. But time is always something you have to allow to be on your side because it is on your side. What did JP say? Oh. Pip, I hear you. Nah, I think that's. I don't think so. I want to be very clear though. There's been some YouTubers out there who have been very open about how them swing trading this. And there's going to be people who are swing trading this, and you have to understand that that's a reality. You can't control what everybody else does, and you may want to at some point you may want to decide to try to do that yourself. And all I can say is you have to do what's best for you. I think what you'll find is that it's a trap. At some point you'll get trapped and you will find that you got stuck. And you'll find yourself in a worse position than you originally were in. That's my feelings. But you have to do what's best for you. I think I don't think that YouTubers are trying to extend this out so that for some reason or another, so they can continue to make super chat money. I don't think that's a thing. I don't know. I mean, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But I mean, irregardless, they're benefiting from it. The longer this lasts, that's for sure. But I don't think that they have any specific impact on how this plays out. I like what Trey said the other day. He said, judge people by their content, not by them as individuals. I liked it. I liked what he had to say. He's a smart kid. He is. He's a smart kid. I can say he's a kid. I'm 45 years old. He's 23. He could be my kid, but he is. He's smart. He's beyond his years in smartness and intelligence, and he just needs some guidance sometimes. But he's really smart, though. Really smart guy. That's right. You can't hate the player, but you can hate the game. You can hate the game, and you can choose to not be a participant in the playing of the game. And by choosing to not be a participant in the game can't be played if there's no players. Man, my wife said that like so many weeks ago. I feel like it's been like 2 months since she said that. And it still rings true to me this day. There's no game if there's no players, guys. If you're playing options and you're losing, you're feeding somebody. And it ain't the good guys. It's probably not the good guys. And I tend to think that this game will continue to play so long as that there's players available to play. See, and Monty's actually agreeing kind of in part and with what I'm saying. Nothing will happen with this play until the switch is turned on and to say go. And yeah, I think that there's entities involved in this, whether it be government officials, whether it be long institutional investors on this. I think that there's definitely positions out there that are deciding how long this is going to play out for. And I'm telling you guys, the longer we play their games, the longer they're going to continue to play with us. So I think we have to say enough is enough and stop playing their games. That's why buy and hold is so effective. Not buy, hold, and trade options. That was never part of the deal. Luke says, are we getting a double bottom from December 20th? Let me look and see what December 20th was. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Boy, look at that mess. Let's get rid of some of this junk in here. Definitely broke out of that. Where is December 20th? $20.27? Nope, that's the 14th. 17th. 20th right here. Guess what I see, guys? Do you see it too? Oops. How did I draw this guy? That's not quite how I drew him, is it? The exploding kitten's missing his other hat over here. Yeah. Who said it? All right, Monty. Who said the Luke said it. Are we getting a double bottom from December 20th? This is December 20th right here, which just so happens to be 27.75, which is right at that point. And that is actually our descending broadening wedge would be signaling for a value of 27.88, which is just above that. What did we do yesterday? It'd be like right in here. What did we do yesterday, guys? Do you see this bottom down here that we hit? And this top up here that we hit? That's where this red line and the two red lines were yesterday. They were right there and right here. And we hit on both sides of that yesterday, and then we ended up closing out the day just above the middle white line, which I think was at 30.30, which was right, it was like right here was the middle white line. So today it looks like maybe we perhaps drop down to that 27.75-ish area, and then we would spring back up off of that probably tomorrow, and then stay within that 27.75 and what's the other higher value? 32.45 range. It really seems like that's what we're kind of driving towards right now. Just to throw this out there, Exploding Kitten. Yeah, if you haven't played the card game Exploding Kittens, it's a card game. But that's the pattern that we've been seeing repeatedly over and over and over. It's exploding kittens followed by a head and shoulders. And it's actually the inverse pattern that we're currently having on the 1 hour right now. So if I were to take a screenshot of this time frame right here, and get rid of some of this junk in here so you could see it a little bit better. Perhaps you may see this, maybe you don't. So this is what I just drew off of our 4-day pattern here. And if I take and draw off of this, off a 1 hour time scale here, and I go into 3D Paint, and then I flip this canvas, I just invert it, you have your exploding kitten with your shoulder, head, and shoulder, which means the price should be dropping, right? But then you have to remember that I inverted this, and that's where we should be heading to. But on a much smaller scale, on a daily scale, we're doing the exact opposite pattern right here, which signifies that we should be heading down next. So we're getting like conflicting, on a much larger basis, we're getting conflicting data. So what I would suggest to you is that this is just on a much smaller scale, like just within this pattern, within the circle here, we are performing that move towards that bottom. But I have a feeling that that move towards that bottom is going to be the bottom of that, which signifies the start of this upwards pressure. So we're completing out this pattern here on the daily, but on the much bigger daily, we're completing out the same inverted pattern. The same inverted pattern, but on a much bigger daily scale. Do I want to save this? I swear that one of these days these should turn into NFTs. I can make money with my crap art. What's what we'll call it crap art. Poop art by Keith. I got through my Bob Ross. Maybe there's just a little bit of animal scat over here on this rock. You know, maybe it smeared a little bit as he was walking away. Oh man. I wish you guys could be like sitting right next to me and we could be laughing together instead of me laughing and then like you 20 minutes or 20 seconds later like LOL. Yeah, check it out. It's a good game. It's fun. It's no Cards Against Humanity, but it's a fun game. I laugh with you when I hear the whistle cooker laugh. I have a whistle cooker laugh? What is that? Now you got me subconscious. I'm gonna have to go back and re-listen to my laughs. You know what that is? I think that's a COVID laugh. That's what that is. That's a I've had COVID before laugh. I really think that's what it is. Okay, I kid you not, guys. I really think that that COVID stayed in my lungs pretty good. I still wheeze at night when I'm sleeping. Oh, steroid, you missed it. I just did a big old explanation. You missed it. All right, well, I'll throw it back up here on the screen for you. So essentially, excuse me, if I were to zoom in on this right here, it's going to be kind of hard to see, but we got your exploding kitten pattern in here with his he's kind of hard to see, but you got a little bit of a head and shoulder action going on here for the day, for the last 2 or 3 days now, and that's going to result in downwards price movement. I think the stopping point would probably be right around like here. So if we go back and we look at that and see what that stopping point is, it happens to be just above this red line at 27. Let's see here. 27, what was it? It's right about that level. 23.53 is what it's showing here, but oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, actually, that would be the stopping point. It would be this red line. This is synthetic price failure, guys. I don't know if I have these numbers set up correctly or not. I'm gonna have to check and verify, but this could be a synthetic price failure. Let me just verify my numbers real quick. 32.22. Okay, let's do some math. Make sure our numbers are right. $25.93. $25.93, then $25.77. And then $25.29. Okay, so what I got here in red is a 21.5% failure in price. If we hit this red line down here, that's paper hands that have been generated. If we hit the white line, that is a standard turnaround point for a synthetic price failure, which would be 20% down from our last previous high being $32.22, and 19.5% would be the technical, like it hit close enough to be a synthetic price failure. So 25.93 would be the first turning around point. Second turnaround point would be 25.77, and if we've had paper hands along the way as we're dropping in price, it will be as low as 25.29, or even possibly a little bit further. Kind of depending on technical analysis of some of the data that's out here. But yes, this could very well be another bottom, especially the way that it's looking right now. As it stands right now for technical analysis wise, the drop that I have currently set up here shouldn't last much further for technical signs of a price drop. It shouldn't last much further than I can't math. $27.71, which is just underneath 27.75, this line that we need to hit support on. So I have a feeling that we're going to be very, very close today. Very, very, very close to this red line. Hopefully we can get a bounce off of that and head upwards. We'll have to look for a sign of more indicators as to where this is heading once we get down to that level. Oh, son of a gun. I keep forgetting that thing's on. Okay, guys, Instagram, our NFT tickets for Matrix is on here. Does Oracle offer Neo a cookie or red? It depends on what movie. She hands him a cookie in one. No, she doesn't hand him a cookie. She gives him a candy. She offers him a cookie. Which movie? Was it the first movie? It depends. I'm going to the questions. Okay, I'm not seeing it there, so I'm gonna go over to Twitter. I guess it's in Twitter, maybe. It's in Twitter. In the Matrix Revolutions, it's a red candy. It's a red candy. In Revolution, she hands him a red candy. They meet in a parking, or they meet in a basketball court area, or kind of courtyard, on a bench, and she hands him a red candy, not a cookie. In the first Matrix, she doesn't hand him a cookie, she offers a cookie. Ollie, that would be a better question for. Wait a minute, hold on a second. I'm really not familiar. You're gonna have to remind me what IHS is, because I have a feeling you're talking about like white coffee in theory or something like that, but I can't. I'm not. Remind me what IHS is. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm tired and I can't remember. Oh, thank you. See, yeah, it's not inverse though. I mean, so this is what I was kind of showing earlier. Um, on a daily, we've got our exploding head and kittens pattern, which is really kind of hard to see with this picture that I have. But on a bigger picture, we have an inverted head and shoulders. So what I think is, and if we move down to just test this level of 2781 or 20, what is it, 2775. Like if we stay and hold this level right here at 2775 or thereabouts, really close to this level, we could see a bounce off of that pretty hard. If we don't, if we break past that, then I'm seeing a synthetic price failure, and a synthetic price failure would take us down to the 25 range, perhaps into tomorrow. And the reason I say that is because I don't think that they'll be able to get us there today. But it is time to do some technical analysis, and we'll look and see if they borrowed some more shares or whatnot to get there. Obviously, with lower volume, they can manipulate the price much easier than high volume days, so they have that working for them. But the value that I'm coming up with was 2771 for this drop based on this descending broadening wedge. The price that this is supposed to drop to is 2771 based off the Bukowski rules. I believe that's where it should drop to. However, it may not fully reach there depending on the support that we get along the way. But updating Fidelity and taking a look at all of our technicals here, because it is time. Starting a little late because of that. It is red candy, guys. It's a red candy for the answer. Okay, let me take you guys to the other page. Off exchange. 56.31% in the off exchange, 11% into the CBOE EDGX. That's not completely full yet. It's got some more room to move. Updating the Ortex charts here, they're showing a return of 1.27 million shares. That's actually up. It was 1.58 earlier, so it's not as many shares now. Meaning some more borrowing. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.98. And options. At a $30 interval. $30 interval. At a $30 strike price, an hour ago there was 14.3 thousand contracts, and there's now 18.8. An hour ago at $29 for the strike price, it was 12.3 thousand contracts. There's now 14.4. You can almost expect those to start increasing as we move down, and they do look like the volume's starting to increase on that put volumes options. I smell like another trap coming. I feel like this is going down earlier than I would have expected, because I was expecting the down movement to happen tomorrow and today to be more the even keel kind of day. And so since this is happening early, I feel like they're going to try and trap some more options being long, being short, going down here tomorrow with like a run up. That's what it feels like. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has slipped to 10th from 8th earlier this morning. But we have strong buy over sell ratios. 64% buying to 36% selling. That looks good. Perfectly acceptable numbers. Jimmy, where's Jimmy at? Jimmy and Amy, right? We have Amy and Jimmy. Where is Jimmy? Jimmy can't come out to play. His volume is not high. His volume isn't high because he got in trouble for DRSing his shares. When he takes his shares out of the play, he's not allowed to come out and play. Um, 3.6. Nope. No new shares having been borrowed in the last hour. Everything that we're seeing right now is just strictly price movement, really. 16.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 97.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. $29 is the number that I was suggesting to you that we close around today. That could be a possibility. That would definitely put us in max pain range, or maybe perhaps we close, since we spent most of the week above max pain, maybe we close out the week or close out today low of max pain and then shoot up the day tomorrow up into the max pain range. Oh, my mom's gonna sit next to me when are you gonna sit next to me during the show next week? Guys, I don't know. It's gonna be tough. I always tell you guys, spend time with family, spend time with friends. Mom's gonna be in town. It depends on what's happening. Depends on what's happening with price. We might have to take some time away and spend time with mom. You can't ignore family. You can't. But we'll bring her on the show. Maybe she'll sit right next to me and we can kind of talk through things. I can give her a voice somehow. Find another USB plug port, hopefully on the computer. Give her a headset. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Real Rugged DIY says AMC short volume ticker and Tradingview. Wow, that does sound like immediate gratification. AMC short volume. Let me check. Excuse me, let me check it out. Community scripts? What's that under? I'm not seeing that. I mean, I watch short volume. I watch short exempt volume constantly. So short volume is showing up. Actually, that's showing up on Ortex now, guys. I don't know if you noticed that or not. Share short. Let me show you something real quick here. I'm gonna pull Ortex back over and show you guys. There's a new column here for share short. I don't know if that's showing up as a. Let's see if we can pull that up here. It'd be kind of cool if they had that as an indicator on the list, and of course they don't. But there's a new column now for exchange reported short interest history for the NYSE. There's a new column here for short shares. You know, essentially, guys, that's just open interest. That's the short interest is all that is, right? If you look over here, it's the same value. Exchange reported short interest, 83.41. If you're getting a different value than 83.41, let me know. I'd love to know. As a ticker? All right, I'll try it. Let me try it. Let's see. But what are you getting for value? Well, I'll just check it out. Hold on a second. Based off of FINRA reporting. Only DWM intervals are supported for this symbol exchange, which makes sense because that's all that's normally reported. You'll be automatically switched to a D interval. Intraday intervals are not available because of exchange policies. Yada, yada, yada. I see dots. Lots and lots of dots, so I consolidate. I consolidate until I get like a better distribution. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I see where you're going with that. You know, if you pulled up volatility percentile on that one, it's showing you a buy signal on the 18th of November. But yeah, it's definitely starting to spike, and it's going to go up more. The short interest is going to go up more. I'm pretty sure of it. MCon saying, could we see 27 a day? It's possible. It's possible, but I'd like to think that we're going to stay inside of the red line that I've got here, or just below it maybe. I don't know if we'll go that low. We'll see. We're definitely getting some heavy flags here. Flag and pennants, and then more breakouts with more flags. Oh, sorry, I keep saying flags with more pennants. So you got flagpole, slight pennant, flagpole, pennant, flagpole. I'm feeling like we're going to get some support here around 27.75. We did the same exact thing yesterday, right at the very beginning of the market. We blew down really hard and fast down to 29 bucks, and then bounced off of it all the way up to the upper side. It was really kind of a violent switch and turn to the other direction. Because see, the problem is we lose a lot of momentum if we make it beyond too much beyond 27.75. So that momentum you won't want to see institutions lose on that momentum. So they may drive this price. They may allow this price to be driven down to create more loaning pressure. There's no loaning right now going on, but if this price were to start suddenly shooting back up, you could see loaning pressure kick in. So, as I say it, it starts happening. The loans will start kicking in, right? And I keep trying to tell you guys, like, there's institutions who want to make money on this on the front side of the squeeze. They do not believe in a squeeze. They do not believe in a squeeze whatsoever, and they will make as much money as they can on this throughout this process. And we are bystanders in this process, guys. We're bystanders. We are lottery ticket winners that are holding onto the money, and the money that's accumulating is building up, and we're just waiting to collect it. So, we unfortunately we have to watch as this occurs. What do we got going on here for news tickers? I can't stress to you enough, guys, how much I really feel like the last few weeks have been just bear trap after bear trap after bear trap. And there's been some bull traps too. It's been on both sides. It really has been on both sides. This is a milking of retail. There's a lot of retail that are trying to make money on option plays, and there's money to be made. And if there's money to be made, the market's going to go out and make it. That's what the market's supposed to do. That's what the market is supposed to do. Red candy cookie in the first. No, wait, no. Red candy is the answer. Cookie was in the first movie. Red candy was in Revolutions. Oh, I forgot to put my stuff back up on the page there. I mean, it is. It really is. This is very manipulated. I I hate to tell this to you guys, but it's manipulated by the longs just as much as it's being manipulated by the shorts. This stock is being extremely manipulated both directions to achieve financial earnings. Don't mistake that. There's institutions who are trying to make money on this on both sides. It is not just short positions that are trying to make money on this. Oh yeah, you can see it if you go to. It's actually kind of cool to see it in Tradingview, and I appreciate you for bringing that up to me, Real Rugged, because I actually hadn't seen it there before. But if you go to Stonko Tracker, I don't know if you checked Stonko Tracker or not. That was something that I worked with the creator of that website to add to that web page, and I'll just drag it over to you so you can see it. But if you go to the Stonko Tracker page, which is amc.crazy, well, I'll just copy and paste it for you just in case you can't. There you go. It's called crazyawesomecompany.com. You can pull up AMC. It's tracking both GME and AMC, but if you pull up GME, and there is a dark mode so you don't kill your eyes, and you scroll down, you'll see that under the trading data, they have the dates, the short percentage, the short exempt volume, and the dark pool percentage. And what you're going to see there is you'll see that on 12/13 and 12/14, when we were getting those when we were reg show getting triggered, the SSR was getting triggered on those days. We had very significantly high amounts of short exempt volume happening because it's allowed. It's legally allowed and mandatory for market makers to create liquidity during those periods of time, and so it was. And these are one of your first signs that you start seeing as you're starting to move in towards those last few days of not last few days, but moving into that short squeeze portion where you start seeing short exempt volume really starting to skyrocket. So yeah, that short volume is pretty interesting to look at. There is a difference between short exempt volume and short volume, and what you were looking at, I think it was just short volume, but short exempt volume is kind of even more interesting to see, and I would track that as well. I don't know if they have that or not on there, but big indicators. You're welcome, guys. Thank you, Joe. Short exempt volume is not dark pool. It's it's synthetic naked shorts. I think. I'm pretty sure. Actually, let me give you a great link for that. I will give you one of the best reads you could possibly. I am terrible at explaining this stuff, but I am going to give you a link that's going to blow your mind and absolutely turn you on to everything it is that you want to know about short volume. Give me 1 second, I'm finding it. Here we go. Go check that out. Read that, absorb it, take it in, and that is freeing. It's very freeing. When you start to understand how the process works, it really kind of opens up your eyes as to what's actually happening here. Super important information. Early Christmas gift. It's gonna completely open your eyes and give you an insight to what it is that we have to look forward to. Our failure delivers are stacked. They're stacked and they're starting to tick down now. If I had, I'm kind of guesstimating right now, but we got about 31 million more shares that they're going to have to find between now and mid to late January, and that's when T35 is going to kick in. And you'll see that in that documentation there that talks about the T35. What's preventing them from continuing to do this? Our institutions. Our institutions are preventing it. Our institutions don't. We ran into a spot, right? That spot where I showed you. Let's see. This one? Nope, not that one. None of these. Sometimes I just need to save some of my work. I just delete stuff. I don't save it. This right here. New. All right, I'm gonna save it this time. This is what causes this to work and to not fail and to be repeatable. All this right. How did it get back on pin? We gotta get our crayon in. We gotta break out the crayon. All this period in here. This is all money being made. All this area here, the gap, that's money being made by brokers who are loaning out shares. All that's money being made by brokers as they loan out shares above and beyond the short interest. What changes things is this right here. When our brokers no longer make money because there's no more loans of shares that are going on above and beyond what's already out there in short interest. And so they sell. They sell shares to the market, creating demand, really high demand, because there's a lot of demand for shares out there. And that spikes up the loans super, super high and creates a gap between your short interest and your loaning amount. Because as the price drops here, those shares are hitting the market, but everybody wants the shares. So how do they keep the price from going up? They borrow a whole bunch of shares to try and synthetically drop the price, which is why we were getting those 10% days where SSR was triggering those days back a few weeks ago. SSR kept triggering because they kept having to create synthetic naked shorts. They had to because there was not enough liquidity. Everybody wanted shares. It was creating a bunch of demand. So our institutions basically created an instance here where there started to become more borrowing, because I can almost guarantee you that the next time we get a reporting on this next value of exchange report short interest, it's going to show up down here somewhere. It's going to skew these numbers a bit. This chart skews based off of where the numbers are, but I can already tell you that the next value, I'm going to put a hard point down on here. Currently, the exchange report, or the estimated current short interest, is at 96. So if I were to draw a line on that for you, and what it looks like on that chart, what did I just say? 96? Dang it, I can't remember. Yeah, 96. Okay. Right here. This green arrow is going up to here, right? Well, this chart's going to resize itself so it's correct. And you can already see that the on loan amount's at slightly over 100. So now the spread is between 100 shares and 96. So there's more shares being created for other means of creating liquidity. And that's what prevents this process from happening. Continuously going on and on and on and on. At some point, if we reach a critical mass right here at that point where our on loan amount started reaching down to like basically nothing on loan except for what was on a short interest, that was dangerous. Really, really, really super dangerous for us. Because that got to the point where now all they got to do is they just got to keep driving the price down, and they can start covering or bankrupting the company into bankruptcy. So, anyways. Go up, please. Oh. Yeah, no problem. Not a problem at all. And I think, we've been seeing this like week over week after week, to where you've seen what appears to be like the buy button turning off, right? And I would say that that's our institutional long positions who are trying to make some money on short positions. And what they do is they turn off the buy button, right? They trap up a whole bunch of shorts in their plays, and then they turn the buy button back on, and boom, they're out of the money. Trapped. Trapped. It's a trap. It's messed up. It's messed up. I'm telling you, they're playing it both ways. The longs are playing the shorts, and the shorts are playing the longs. And everybody's trying to make bucks off of retail right now. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Watch out. Watch out, guys. Let's get rid of that game. I don't think we need to play that game right now. But as long as the cash cow is there, the game's going to get milked. Oh, fudge. Yep. That's pretty much right. Uh-oh. I think she's awake. Maybe. My wife might be up. I heard doors closing. Amanda! How's it going? You guys got to remember, we spent 2 days this week so far going up 4%. So we've only retraced like 2 of those days and a very tiny sliver of the 19% that we were up the day before those 2 days. So we're, this retracement back down here shouldn't be very painful to you guys right now. You bought your first NFT, or you got? You got your first NFT, or did you buy it? I really should respond with a text back because it's faster that way. Wow, that's cool. What did you buy? Did you buy one of the Spider-Man NFTs? And if you did buy it, I'm curious how and where you bought it, because inquiring minds want to know where to sell their NFTs. I honestly I haven't even looked into it at all. I have no idea. But somebody asked me on Twitter. They said, "How do I sell my NFT?" I said, "I don't know. I don't actually know." They asked me how to collect the NFT, and I said, "I have no idea. I don't know how to buy, sell, or collect." You bought an ape? Oh man, that's awesome. That's so cool. That's really cool. I sell my NFT. I caught it for just a fraction of a second, Bjork. Charlie says NFTs are nifty. I own several on different platforms. You sell NFTs, Bjork? That's cool. I don't know anything about NFTs, guys. I gotta be honest with you. I really don't know anything about NFTs at all. It's not my thing. I don't know. I'm not an expert on options plays, so if you guys want to ask me options questions, I can answer basic things about options, but I'm not an expert. I would not even really know where to go with that. So I want to get somebody on the show who can talk about options, but I feel like at the same time, by putting somebody on the show to talk about options is so counterintuitive to what it is that I'm trying to tell you guys about being the player versus being the house. So I have mixed emotions about wanting to put somebody on the show for something like that. I want to see you guys be successful. I think myself personally, if I were to choose where I was going to play options, I would choose a stock besides AMC. I think AMC is really heavily being played towards uh, max pain a lot to try and get people to lose their money. There are some people out there who are really good with options though, and even with the max pain, I hear quote unquote hear them saying that they're making money. So maybe it can be done. I'm not the person to talk to about it though. Björk, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I think it's really cool, Björk. I don't mind you like if you want to drop like a if you guys ever want to drop like a hey, I do this, hit me up if you need help with this or something like that. If you're legitimately trying to help out the community and you're not just trying to profit for yourself, I'm cool with it. I'm totally cool with that. And if you do profit something from it, that's cool too, but like try to be looking out for people. You know what I'm saying? Like I want this community to be more of a family slash coworkers, and I don't want people to feel like they're being sold on something. So, but if you do have something that can help somebody, by all means, throw it out there. Absolutely. Spider-Man NFT or wax and trade on the Atomic Hub marketplace. ABC predictions of Florida. Oh, pediatrics. I'm sorry. Pediatric. I said predictions. I had to move in closer to read that. I love that name. That is so cool. ABC Pediatrics of Florida seems to be price movement, and AMC is manipulated for max pain every week, and I can't agree with you more. Um, I have seen it happening too often, too much, and I really can't stress enough that I think there's a purpose behind that. I really do. 29. Believe it or not, Amanda, it's 29. Surprise! Where are we at? We're close to 29. We're closer to 28, but who knows? We'll probably finish closer to 29. What's up with the short interest? Returned shares. That's what's up. Short interest is down. Loaning is up some for the most part. It's up it's up more than it used to be. So short interest is going to go down. They're trying to get out of their positions. They're scared. They're scared, and part of the reason why we might be moving down right now is to instill confidence in short positions. I have a feeling I'm going to come back from this next break, guys, and tell you what NFT I got. Um, I have a feeling my wife will be awake by then. Björk, let me ask you a question, because I am a little bit curious about something. In your opinion, are NFTs more valuable the longer you hold on to them or the sooner you get rid of them? Like, what's the overall um, what's the overall sentiment on NFTs as far as long-term profitability? I haven't seen anybody say that they got that yet, Dan. No, I get that, Amanda, but what I mean, oh, okay, the rarity of this. Okay, but I mean, like overall though, like your NFTs should, I would think, be either worth more or less as time goes on. Is there like a good chart to look at that shows you like a standardized graph of what price over time looks like for a standard NFT, regardless of rarity? Okay, so it depends on the hype, but NFTs are pretty new in this scale, so Spidey NFT will become worth more if MOASS happens. Okay. Most of them are worth more in the first few months. Ah, see, that's me and my brother-in-law Eric. We were kind of discussing that, and that was kind of our opinion. And it was just strictly us, just kind of two guys just talking about, what we thought the price of an NFT would be worth more in the future or right after it's released. And so most of them are worth more in the first few months. Okay. Yeah, I mean this Spider-Man one is a real tricky one, right? Because I do believe I feel like there's some rarity to it. We know historically speaking, Spider-Man memorabilia typically stands well on the test of time. We know that it happens to be one of the highest grossing movies for a weekend or something like that. I mean, it's setting all kinds of records. This could be a very valuable NFT in the future. Um, so yeah, but I've already laid it out there. I will trade somebody my Spider-Man NFT and my I own AMC NFT for a Matrix NFT. I want a Matrix NFT so bad. And I would not sell that Matrix NFT. I would hold it forever. I would hold it forever. To me, that would be like buying a piece from the movie set. It would be the sentimental value for me would just be too cool. Casey, just be careful not to press any links or share your wallet info because it's easy to get hacked. Okay, will do. I'll make sure and tell my wife that. Most projects that was successful 3 months ago are now down more than 70% in pricing floor. Interesting. I tend to think, like, I was asking my son Hunter, I was asking him what he thought of NFTs because I just kind of, like, it's always good to get like kids' perspectives on, what's cool and what's new and what's upcoming when you're an investor. That's invaluable information. And I asked him about NFTs and he laughed and he said, "Oh, those are just a fad. They'll go away." So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that the younger crowd his age are into them yet, but I know that there's definitely a more popular group of people for just slightly over his age, 20s to 30s. Um, I don't really care one way or the other. Um, I think it's kind of cool. I don't really have like any kind of sentimental emotion or value that attached to any of those kind of things, but it is what it is. It's cool. I think it would be cool to own an NFT. I don't have one yet. We got about 13 more minutes left here, guys, before we do technical analysis. Well, here's my opinion, Dan. And this is why I think NFTs are important. Cryptocurrency has never had anything to attach itself to. Well, maybe some of it has, but not all of it. And I think going forward with cryptocurrency, in order for there to be some kind of value attached to cryptocurrency, that it needs to have some kind of physical copy of something. And in this case, it's a digital copy, and so it's not physical, but it still is a representation of something that you have that's attached to the coinage. If you can attach a NFT to a cryptocurrency, which I think maybe Ethereum has, I'm not specific on those kind of details because I just don't really do any research into it. But if you can attach a cryptocurrency to an NFT, in my mind, that suddenly makes cryptocurrency actually worth something. Because otherwise, all you're doing is buying air. It's a pyramid scheme. And I don't believe in that. I just don't. I don't see any intrinsic value in air. And so when you start attaching NFTs to air, now you're talking about artwork. And on that I can get behind, because we all know that there is a black market of artwork out there for valuation of art. So to me, that actually gives value to cryptocurrency. But maybe I'm just talking out of my backside and I don't really know what I'm talking about. But I like the idea. I like the idea, and I think cryptocurrency and NFTs being kind of intermingled or meshed together is a good idea. Let's check something out here real quick. Checking the news to see if we got anything. Police released photos of two people they are looking for in connection to an AMC Phipps Plaza shooting. That was 22 hours ago. I heard about this. It was in Atlanta. That sucks. Bjork saying, NFT will be standard in 5 years. Probably many goods you buy will be connected by serial to an NFT to prove ownership. I think that's the way that I think that's the future. It's really kind of weird, right? I mean, it's almost like we're creating a digital currency, right? And instead of dollar bills, like you know, your specific NFT could be that valuation. It's really kind of changing everything. But somebody will be like, "Yeah, I've got I own AMC NFT," and you're like, "Oh, that's a dollar." That's a dollar. Yeah, there's a lot of those. And then somebody goes, "Oh, I've got a Spider-Man," and then like people just know how much those are worth, like just off the top of their head, just like you would a dollar bill. You'd be like, "Hey, there's a dollar bill." No, that's not a dollar bill. That's a I own AMC NFT. Exactly. A dollar bill is just a physical NFT. Yep. So I do want to see NFTs kind of become more popular because I think that will help cryptocurrency. Um, so, but out of the words of my son's mouth, not a thing. So we'll see. We'll see how it takes off, if it sticks. The younger generation thinks they're kind of stupid, and it's not just my son. I asked him what his opinion was versus what other people thought of it, and he said everybody kind of thinks it's a joke. That's his age, so I don't know. We'll have to see if we can convince the younger generations that it's basically the same thing as like Exo said. It's a dollar bill just in a digital format. Thanks, Exo. I can't tell you. More often than not, the volume in pre-market morning can really tell you everything about the entire day. And I stress so heavily to everybody who watches that they watch it and learn it, and like just when it comes to squeeze time. I can't stress enough that knowing what your pre-market volume is looking like, so you know how your day volume is going to look like, is one of the key indicators for when it's time to sell. And so that's why we practice. We practice a bunch of really good habits now because those good habits now will lead to good habits later. So we practice this every single day, going over certain indicators that are going to help us in the end. I still think 2775 might be the bottom though. I'm kind of feeling like we might see a little bit of a push off of that. I do tend to think that we're going to see maybe a little bit of a run tomorrow. Oh, that's your opinion, XO. I think it's a good thing. I'm glad you're kidding. I'm glad you're kidding. I personally think it's a great thing. I think it's an um, amazing profits that I've never seen before in my life, and I maintain that I still hold that true. I've never made this much money off of a stock before, and I still haven't even cashed out yet, and I still plan on making a lot more. So that's just my opinion. Uh, I don't know, man. I really think that we're getting played, though. I think we're getting played right now, and I don't know. I'll tell you what. If we had every single retail investor hold off for a week on buying options, like if they just stopped buying options for a week and saw what happened, I think it might be kind of interesting. I think it might be kind of interesting because I think I'm pretty sure the institutions wouldn't know what to do. I think they might panic a little bit because as it stands right now, I think they're making money on both ends, and I don't know. I hate seeing retail lose. I really do. We've lost too many years, decades upon decades, centuries, and it's time for us to start winning. And that's what the sign of the apes is to me. We still have a bit of trading left in the day here, and I'm really surprised. I mean, volume is just being super super knocked down. I'm looking for what are we at in volume? 30,000, 19, 20, 30, 40. Wow. Yeah, that's really low. Max pain is 29. That's a great question. I don't actually run calculations throughout the day, EXO, and as far as I know, Max Pain, the website that I use for Max Pain, which is maximum-pain.com, I don't think updates until the next day. So if I were to look at just volume on the balance sheet here, with the downwards price movement that we had this morning, I felt like volume really started to pick up on the put side. The highest level of support for volume on the put side is at a $29 strike price with 14.4. On the call side, it's 18.8 thousand contracts. And this is data that's an hour old, and I'm going to refresh here in about 2 minutes. But we had a larger gap between. No, we didn't. We really didn't have. We have a $1 spread between the highest amount of volume of strike and calls, and it's 39 and 20. Or sorry, what did I say? I meant 30 and 29. Sorry. That's so narrow. It's so narrow. Like, everybody's afraid to go deep. Everybody was afraid to go deep today, and I think rightfully so. I think rightfully so. We've seen too many Fridays in a row where when people go deep, it turns into a slaughter fest on Friday, and of course Friday this week is Thursday, which changes things up a bit. I don't know, man. There's more calls at 30 than there are at 29. Luke, I'll read off the dark pool volume here in 1 minute. I'm about ready to do it. Yeah, Björk. I was calling earlier this morning, and I said, if you're gonna pick a day to walk away from AMC and go live life, and instead of constantly monitoring it, today and tomorrow probably would be great days for that. Probably really good days for it. I really don't see anything significant happening between today and tomorrow. I think next week starts something different. So if you're looking for a break, guys, and you need to kind of get AMC off your mind, do that. Now's that time. Now's that time to start your early weekend and forget about all that is weighing down on your shoulders. Because I'm pretty sure we're just going to trade sideways for the most part today and tomorrow. Stuck at work, nothing better to do. That's actually a lot of people that watch. Okay, it is time, guys, for me to do technical analysis. Let's get through this stuff and figure out what the heck is going on here. Let me refresh Fidelity real quick. And take you guys over to the other page while I move some stuff around. Okay, off exchange. Here's your dark pools. Are you ready for it? Here we go. 56.31 and 11.3 was last hour. It's now 56.36 and 11.31 or 39. Not much change. Not much change. Those numbers right there, if we were to close out right now, that would be very, very standard numbers. That would put us at about 67, almost 68% into quote unquote dark pools. But right now it's showing 56 and 11. That might change a little bit as the day goes on here. We might see those numbers kind of drive up a little bit if we have a late half of the day spike up in price. We'll see if that happens. But that's where we stand currently. Updating Ortex. Currently showing 1.77 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It was 1.27 an hour ago. So an additional 500,000 shares having been returned, which is going to lower your estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.89%. Updating the options chain. Highest level of volume, still at a $30 strike price, went from 18.8 thousand contracts to 21,000. And on the put side, highest, okay, yeah, see the puts have definitely increased. So the highest level of puts is at a $29 strike price still. This is where it was an hour ago. Actually, it's where it's been all day today. It's at 14.4 an hour ago. It is now currently at 15.6. So you're definitely seeing an increase. But here's the thing that I really want to kind of stress that you guys, maybe you can, maybe you can't see it on the page there. The $27 strike price is a runner-up. A $28 strike price is a runner-up. And the $30 strike price is a runner-up. So there's a lot of puts that are kind of going in at 27, 28, 29, and 30. So they're stacking up. If we see some more downwards momentum in pricing, or if we close out the day where we're at right now, and we see just a beginning portion of tomorrow morning as downwards pressure, and then a huge spike after that later on in the day tomorrow, those would get trapped. Those would get trapped, and that would probably be highly desirable for the long positions. So you could potentially see a little bit of a swing downwards, trying to trap some of those going into tomorrow in a bear trap. Moving over to the other page, options orders by Fidelity customers. We are still in 10th place. Our buy to sell ratio is still pretty decent at 65% buys to 35% sells. That is slightly increased from an hour ago. Our volume still here's something I want to stress to you guys. Our volume. What's our volume at here? What, I can't even see it. What is our volume at? Volume. Where can I find volume? Not here. Dang it. I can't look at it without moving this. We'll look at it here in a second, but we're at this low volume. We're at what, 25, 28, 20, 30 million shares so far for the day today, and we're top 10 traded on Fidelity. Come on, guys, get real. What is going on? Right? Like, how does that happen? How? Jimmy. Where you at, Jimmy? Jimmy has not been able to come out and play. Jimmy's shares are tied up in DRS. They're in jail. Jimmy has no volume. And he won't. Jimmy will be locked up in jail and his volume will stay that way so long as his shares are tied up in DRS. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Zilch. Nada. Only returns. Dead. 16.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 97.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 212.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls. Way too high. Way too high. That's so much easy money. So much easy money. You guys know it. You know what I say. Stop being the player, be the house. Be the house, guys. If there's no players, there's no game. I love it that my wife said that. NASDAQ is up 0.54. Dow Jones is up 0.46. The S&P 500 is up 0.58. The market is currently advancing with 4,381 advancers to 3,146 decliners. Currently, the VIX is down 6.62. Tesla is up 6.67. Hood is down 3.7. Amazon is down Did I say up? Hood is down 3.7. Amazon is down 0.59. Cinemark is up 0.67. Doge is up 1.81. Bitcoin is down 0.68. GME is down 3.38, and AMC is down 6.34. Our inflow versus outflow is currently at a 22-point spread, with more outflow than inflow. That's probably about right. 22 million for down 6%. That's probably about right. It seems kind of high, but we'll go with it. 28.4 million. Let's figure out what kind of pace we're on here. We're on pace for 39.99 million shares. We're on a 40 million pace. A 40 million share pace trade day for the day today. I had a prediction between 25 and 45. Originally, I wanted to do 30-50 and then changed it to 20-40 and then thought, nope, it's going to be somewhere in between. And so I adjusted it just slightly. It's going to continue to come on down a little bit more. I think that adjustment that I made was probably pretty spot on. Unless we have some unforeseeable spike in price and volume in the later half of the day today, I would expect that to hold true. On the daily interval, and again, guys, I can't see what you're writing until you see my picture back up on the screen. On the daily interval, we have I'm going to say even buying and selling pressure. Even buying and selling pressure with RSI at 42.88, which is below average. On a 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.31, which is below average. Actually, it's getting ready to be into the oversold zone. I really got to change. Give me a second, guys. I got to change the color of this. This is just driving me nuts. I don't know why I turned it to green. What color was it before? Can I just go to defaults? There we go. Oh, it's so much cleaner to look at. Baby blue, 33.31. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure ever so slightly, with RSI at 30.34, definitely on an oversold scale here. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a crossover happening like right now on the Vortex indicator, with RSI at 39.94, definitely below average. I see something very unique happening right now, guys. Kind of like over the last couple weeks. I want to say that the daily RSI. I'm just looking at this value down here at the bottom. The daily RSI was like in the low 30s, and as we've been progressing down and then kind of slightly back up in price, we've slowly been seeing the daily RSI creeping up more closer to that average number of 50. It's very, very, very slowly creeping up over time. So that might be something to consider when you're looking at OBV. As it stands right now, it kind of looks like we're in a ascending parallel channel. Maybe ever so slightly. This would be a bearish indicator. I'm not satisfied with this though. Let me. I did mention to you guys that we needed to. We had a descending broadening wedge. The price target for that when we broke down should have been to about 27.71. We didn't get there. We're having some consolidation after the flag down. If I move into a 5-minute interval, you'll see more of a flagpole in here and what could be a pennant for more downwards movement here. If we take a look at the time scale on this, it went down from 12:10 down to, we'll just call it 12:10 to 13:20, so an hour and 10 minutes. So if you add an hour and 10 minutes going out on this pennant, it would be 14:30. So what we're going to be looking for here, and I'm going to go back into the 1-minute scale. At 14:30, we're going to draw a box, a rectangle. I said a box. Who cares? We're going to look for a breakout here, going down. If it doesn't happen, if we don't get a breakout going down during this time and it just continues to trend up here, that might be bullish. especially since if we are indeed on an ascending parallel channel here and we break out upwards on it, that would be very bullish. 90% of the time when that happens, it's a cup and handle formation. When it breaks out of it'll break out of one ascending parallel channel into a secondary ascending parallel channel, which it will break out of that one as well, and then you have like potentially a third ascending parallel channel that it will break out of, and that's how you definitely know you're on the backside of a cup and handle formation. So we'll continue to watch this and see where we're at here. While I go to break in just a little bit here. Let me go back to see what you guys are saying. Zach, how much are they paying you? How much are they paying you? I'm genuinely curious. Thanks, EXO. They're paying you $14.30. Is that per comment or like $14.30? What? How much they're paying you? $14.30, Zach? It seems pretty cheap, man. Oh yeah, 14:30 is the time. 14:30 was the time. 14:30 was the time that the time window that of the box / rectangle where the heck that blue square is that I put up there. Oh, Zach, I'm so scared. Wait. Oh, wait. Here we go. Wait. We either choose to ignore Zach or we do this. Oh my gosh, Zach, you're right. What should I do? What should I do, Zach? Tell me. What should we all do, Zach? What's the most important thing we should do? Everybody panic. Oh my gosh, Zach is so right. He's so right. What should we do, Zach? Please tell us. Zach, tell us, man. Tell us. Don't just leave us with panic and fear. We must know, what is it that we need to do? What should we do, Zach? They're paying you $14.30 an hour. Zach never tells us what to do. He won't tell us what to do. What do we need to do, Zach? I need to know, Zach. I need to know what to do. I'm dying to know. Why won't Zach answer me? I need to know what to do. I'm so scared. I'm afraid. I need to turn off my computer and just stop. Zach says hold for 10 years. Oh boy, Zach, you scared me. I thought you were going to say something else. Oh man, okay. I'm in. I'm in. You have me at hold. You had me at huddle. Whew. You scared me there for a second, Zach. I thought for sure you were going to tell me I needed to sell my shares like right now. You had me going. I was scared in both directions. I was scared in both directions. Whew. Oh man, what a relief. Hold for 10 years. Okay, well that's good because I know I've got at least 10 years left. Well, I think I do. But if I don't, it at least goes to my kids and my wife. And she's a holder too, so. Zach, you crack me up, buddy. You crack me up. Don't let fear rule your life, Zach. That is no way to live life. Every time you go out to get in your car, do you fear about getting into a car accident? Every time you get into a plane, do you fear getting into a plane wreck? I do. I legitimately do kind of get into fear of that. But it's no way to live your life, though. It's no way to your life. You're never going to go take a plane ride if you constantly fear that kind of stuff. If you really genuinely fear it. I tell my kids all the time, I say there's a big difference between rational fear and irrational fear. Rational fear is something that you should really be afraid of, something tangible, something like a bear in your face that's about ready to maul you to death. That's real fear. Irrational fear is our unknowns. That's irrational fear. And that's not okay to be scared about. I mean, it's okay to be scared about it, but it's important to acknowledge what it is and then move past it. Zach, none of us can predict what's going to happen, man. Anybody who tells you for a fact that they know what's going to happen is a liar. I'm not trying to tell you what's going to happen. I'll tell you what I do have. I have hope. You can. Somebody told me one time you can wish in one hand and you can poop in the other and see which one fills up faster. But there's a difference between wishing and hoping. And in this particular case, the hopes that I have, I think, outweigh the downsides. I see so many positive things that can happen from me doing what it is that I need to do, which is hold. Buy and hold. That's it. And I see so many positive things that can happen from that. I don't know. There's probably some negative things that can happen from it too. But I see a lot of good things that can happen that can come from it. Was that Kennedy, Bjork? Which president was that? Now I got to copy it and paste it and find out who that was. Oh, it was Biden? Was it Biden? Who said it? It really doesn't matter who it was. I feel like it was a Kennedy say. It was Trump. Okay. Yeah, I was just going through the different. The one I found was we cannot let the cure be worse than the problem itself. But that's the closest I could find to your cut. I copy and pasted your thing in to see if I could find who the president was, but I couldn't find it. But yeah, it's there's truth in that statement. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. I'm not going to get into a political debate. I strongly believe that is a true statement. We cannot let this thing control us. We cannot live in fear. I think that is a strong, true statement. You know, if there was a tangible fear here that was real, I would say that you should fear it. I don't feel that fear. I had a sick stomach when we hit $5. There was a little fear there. There was a little fear at $5. Um, and then price started going back up. No. It didn't start going back up. It hit $6. That's when it got scary. It hit $6. It got really scary, and I said, no, I still think this is a real thing. And I put more money into this at $6, and then it dropped down to $5. That's when the pit in the stomach really hit, and I was kind of like, oh, are you kidding me? I could have got in for $1 cheaper. And now look at us now. Look at us now. I get it. I get the fear, man. I don't want to discount from your fear. I can understand it. I can sympathize. I was there. I was there when I was at $6, and I stood up to the fear, and I said, no, I believe in this, and I invested more. And I said, I think this can change. And look at us now. Doesn't look good to you. Still looks good to me, though. It still looks good to me. I'm liking it. All right, guys, it's time for me to take a break. JG, so just to let you know, last night, and I had posted this on Twitter. And I know I haven't asked you guys questions today, so I'm gonna probably do it tomorrow. I forgot about it. We'll do it tomorrow probably. Be ready for some random questions throughout the day. I'll do the questions for those of you who are listening right now, and I'll say this later again, and tomorrow I'll say it as well. But tomorrow I will do questions on the hour every hour, and we'll do a competition to see who can get the first answer right. Since that is periods of time where people probably come to check in on technical analysis. When I get done with the technical analysis, I'll do the I'll read off the question and see who gets the correct answer first. Whoever gets the correct answer first will and for those of you who are new to this channel, it's not going to mean crap to you. I used to play a video game called Fallout, and in Fallout, bottle caps are worth money in the future, a post-apocalyptic world, which is where we're heading to. So, and every day I crack a beer open with you guys, and I drink a beer at the end of the day, and we toast to the power hour. And what I'm going to do is, for those of you who win, because my wife told me, she said, when you hit 500 subscribers, you're supposed to give away something. And I said, I got nothing to give away. So I started collecting the tops of the bottle caps that I've been opening, and the beers that I've been sharing with you guys and toasting to family, to whatever it is we've been toasting them to. And so, you know, if you win tomorrow on the questions, I'll get with you in either a Twitter private message or whatever, get your address and send it out to you. So that'll be tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. But I'm going to take a break, guys. I will see you back here at 2 o'clock for the power hour. And you guys enjoy. I got to get out of here, or else this thing's not going to go back up. Should we put a trampoline in? I think I should put a trampoline in before I go. Let's do it. Where do I see? I come back at 1500. Let's spring off of that number. I come back at 1500, so we're We're going to need a springboard somewhere in there. Polyline. Let's see if we can't spring off of... I think I made this too big. What the heck am I making? Am I making a home plate or what? What the heck is... lines everywhere. Okay, that was a mess. I forgot how to make a trampoline. Okay, here's our breakout, guys. Let's get our trampoline going here. We need this trampoline. Oh, son of a gun, I'm still hitting the wrong buttons. Polyline. I don't even know what you guys are writing. I can just see stuff in the corner of my eye, like popping up in the chat box, and I'm going. I'm sure you guys are mocking me. Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Let's get this spring going here. If I don't get out of here, we're not going to see upwards momentum. Let's spring right off that bad boy. It might be too far out. Let's move it in just a tad. I really should just save these. I wish Webull had a save function, so you could take like a pattern and just like make it go away. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. I'm gonna give you some music before I go. See you guys on the other side. Alrighty, I'm back. It's a pretty steep incline we got going on here. Very, very, very steep. Well, it certainly makes 29 look reasonable, doesn't it? Uh-oh. What are you guys arguing about in here? Oh no. Oh no. Zach got a hold of Roberto. Oh shoot. Where'd my drink go? Hold on a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Got my drink. It's not a beer today, guys. I got a little bit of a headache going on here. It's probably because I'm a little hot right now. Of course, I got my hoodie on right now, so I should just take it off. But I got my drink in hand, and we can do a toast with just regular water. Water is good for you too. It does not always have to be a drink. Toasting. I don't think so. I don't think it's a hangover. I mean, it's more like shouldn't have slept on the couch last night kind of thing. That's probably more what it is. That and probably just dehydrated in general. But anyways, let's make a toast. Let's toast to being safe this holidays. There's crazy drivers out there right now, guys. Lots and lots of crazy drivers. Lots of crazy people doing crazy things. Don't be one of the crazies, and watch out for the crazies. So stay safe out there. So to being safe during the holidays. Cheers. Oh, I need some water. Definitely dehydrated. Let's see what's going on. Let's do one last check of the day and see what we have. Taking on over to the other page. Wrong one, that one. Off exchange. No real change in the off exchange. Pretty much what it normally does. 56.67% into the off exchange, 11.21 on the CBO EDGX, giving us a total of 67 point almost 9. So almost 68% into the dark pools. Into the wild blue yonder. Shares having been borrowed is a return of 1.67 million shares for the day today. That is down from 1.77 earlier. And that's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.91%, which is just slightly up. And updating the options chain. On the call side, an hour ago there was 21,000 contracts at a $30 strike price. There is now 23,000. On the put side, the highest amount of volume for the day today is at a $29 strike price. However, there is a very, very close runner-up at 28. It went from 15.6 thousand contracts at 29 to 19 or 16.9. But the runner-up is at 16.3 at 28. Really, really, really close. Those are going to get trapped. Trapped. Today we took the underside. Tomorrow we probably take the over. Meaning we took the underside of the max pain. I think we take the overside tomorrow. And then probably end right at max pain, whatever it ends up being. Which will probably be 28, 28 and a half. It'll be 28, but we'll probably close around 28 tomorrow. Somewhere thereabouts. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see what that pre-market volume looks like. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Wait, I gotta go back. What the heck? Max pain screwed up. There we go. Taking you back to the other screen. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC went from 10th to 8th. With 66% buys to 34% sales, which means volumes increasing compared to other companies out there being traded. GME. Come on, get on the list. Come on, Jimmy. Dang it. No Jimmy. Jimmy still can't come out and play. His shares are locked up in DRS. No volume, no play. That's how it works. Oh, finally, some borrowing. Somebody borrowed. No way. 50,000 shares. Whoop-de-deal. Total of 2.75 million shares borrowed for the day today on Stonko Tracker. Amazing. 16.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 97.9 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is up 0.88. Dow Jones is up 0.53. The S&P 500 is up 0.76. We currently have more advancers than decliners with 4,499 advancers to 3,052 decliners. Decliners sounds like recliners. VIX is down 7.71%. Tesla is up 7.07%. Hood is down 2.61%. Amazon is down 0.09%. Cinemark is up 0.7%. Doge is up 2.73%. Bitcoin is pretty much breaking even. And GameStop is down 2.7%. AMC down 4.82% and recovering. Volume is definitely picking up, guys. We have a 21-point spread between the outflow and inflow with more outflow. Volume picking up a little bit here. We are inside my range officially of 25 to 45 million in volume for the day today. With just over 50 minutes left in the trading day. We are on pace to hit 37.18 million shares traded for the day today. I should have gone with my original prediction of 30 to 50, but whatever. Good enough. That's why I give myself a little bit of a range. And I can't see the bottom of my screen because of my drink. On the daily interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.72. On the hourly interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.1. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59, which is starting to become over. That's kind of high. It's above average. Sorry, above average. You can see based off the candle wicks on that 5-minute right there, you can see that there's definite pressure or attempts to keep this from rising too quickly. Hence the shares that were probably borrowed within the last hour. I would expect to see some more shares borrowed before the end of the day. Think about this for a second, guys. This is gonna anger some of you. I don't want you to be angry by this. I want you to understand that somebody always has to make money, right? Somebody on Wall Street always has to make money. If you started buying shares as the price was dropping down here, you were paying market value for whatever those shares were as the price was coming down. When it finally reached a bottom at some point, maybe not a whole lot of shares were being purchased in here. Maybe there was a lot of shares being purchased in here. But if you did buy shares along this path here down, and your broker decided to internalize your order, then what would happen is that they would actually sell shares to the market, but not your shares. And they would take the profit difference between your shares and the shares that they sold. So they're making money off of your shares, because if they actually did the buying down here at this time down here, they can always stay just ahead. And if they're always staying just ahead, this is how they're making their money. That's payment for order flow. Björk says you're like the Bob Ross of charting. you don't even know. And you don't even know. There he is. That's Bob Ross. Bob Ross, positive energy drink. Who thinks to do that? Who thinks to put Bob Ross on an energy drink can? I mean, Bob Ross, of all people, the only energy that ever comes out of Bob Ross is when he flicks his brush on the easel. I mean, just that guy. He's cool. I love him, but man, he's not energy, that's for sure. I get a crack out of that. It's like trying to advertise. I'm trying to think what that guy's name is. What is his name? What's the tiger guy's name? Stop, GD. Just stop. Don't even start with me. Don't even start with me. What is that tiger guy's name? I can't think of the Tiger King guy. What's his name? Somebody tell me. I don't watch the show, and I've never watched the series, and I never will. The Tiger King. Yeah, what's his name? Yeah, the Tiger King. But he's got a name, right? Doesn't he have a name? It can't just be Tiger King. Like, what's his name? It's like trying to advertise. I'll just say it without you guys putting the name up. Joe Exotic. Oh, is that really his name? Is that where Joe got his name from? Oh, now I get it. Okay. All right. So I never got that before. I had no idea who that was. So now you guys get it. I just now getting it. All right, so Joe Exotic. It's like advertising spearmint bubblegum and putting Joe Exotic on there and say, don't you want fresh breath like Joe Exotic has? Yeah. uh, Joe Exotic's spearmint bubblegum. It makes your breath fresh. Oh, man. Is it? I've never even noticed. I can't. You don't understand, guys. I can't see your profile pics hardly at all. I really just can't. Oh, there you see Joe's. I can't see that. That looks like Ren and Stimpy in the picture I see here. It's literally what it looks like to me. It looks like Ren and Stimpy. I cannot see. It is really, really super small. Nikki, this is going to go well into January. Yes. I had no idea the Tiger King's name was Joe Exotic. I did not know. All right, guys, there's our breakout of the ascending parallel channel. Those are bullish. Or sorry, I said bullish. I meant bearish. Hey. Wait. No packages? Really? Yeah. No Christmas. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm seeing The Matrix today. I thought it was tomorrow. Right after here, I got to blow the heck out of here real quickly because tomorrow, or I mean today, I go watch the movie at it's at 4:30, I think, my time. So I'm gonna have to jet pretty quick. and I cannot wait to see it. I bet it's gonna be super, super good. And yes, I'm going to see it at AMC. Don't. I can't believe you did that to me, GD. I can't believe you did that to me. You know, yes, they do. I will not see that on HBO. We're not even going to talk about that, Johan. I might say your name incorrectly, Johan. We don't talk about HBO. You know what? You know what, GD? I'm bad. See, I'm just bad. I'm so glad that I know now that Joe Exotic is the name. That can't have been the Tiger King's real name. That's got to be like some kind of stage name. There's no way his last name was Exotic. Yes, more money for AMC for sure. Absolutely. I have a really hard time. Joe Exotic is Exotic being his last name. Come on. What is this? It's like we live in some kind of like circus land or something. Come on. let's let's talk about this. Let's talk about the crazy named people that we've known, like real names. I don't want to hear some fake story, guys. I want real stories. I'm gonna tell you some of the craziest named people I've ever met in my life. Real people. I went to school with a guy, and his name was Red. And I think we were friends for probably at least a week before I found out what his last name was. And his last name is Wood. Redwood was his name. Redwood. Of all the names. that you could name your kid when you got the last name Wood, and you call him Red. Cool guy, cool guy. I mean, and it was not it was a legit name. It was a legit name, but I mean, still, just kind of like I mean, I'm sure he gets tired of it. I'm sure he got tired of it. Another one is I went to school with I think his name was Jason um, Kane. Jason? I think his name was Jason Kane, and he was the track runner. He was the track runner for our school, like the best track runner, and he won state. I think the year that he was a senior, he won state for long distance track running. And when he was a senior, I think I was a junior, and his sister came in as a freshman. And I ended up having a class. Don't ask how. I had a class. I don't remember what class it was, but I had a class with her, and her name was Candy Kane. I was like, what? Candy Cane. Who does that? Who does that to their kid? It was terrible. I couldn't believe it. She was pretty popular. She was a cheerleader. But Candy Cane. Real name. Red Green. Porter knew somebody named Red Green. Nikki coming in with the real information. Name was Joseph Allen. Oh yeah, now I know why he changed it. Shrivogel? Shrivogel. Yes, it was with a Kane. You're absolutely right. I don't remember how her. I think I do not know how her last name or how her first name was spelled. I do not remember that part. It could have been with a K, but it was definitely Kane with a K. Kane. It's funny you would. It was. Yeah, it's kind of funny you would guess that though. It was definitely spelled Kane. And then the last one. The last one's the best one. I had a for typing. Was it typing? Yeah, it was typing. For typing class, I was really good at typing when I was growing up. My mom homeschooled me for a year, and that was kind of one of the things that she did is she taught me how to type when I was what was that, second or third grade, something like that. So I really knew how to type long before I was supposed to know how to type. So when I got into high school and I had to take typing, I was super good at it. It was one of the few easy A's for me in school. Anyways, I had a teacher, and she really liked me because of how good of a typer I was. And she thought it was cool. It was great. She didn't have to like work with me at all. She could kind of sit me off in the corner and let me do my own thing. Like everybody would spend like 15 minutes typing out a paper. I'd be done in two, and everybody else still typing away. And I'd just sit there, and me and the teacher would chat and stuff. And I got to know her pretty well, and she liked me. We had a good connection. And we were talking one day, and I don't remember what it was we talked about, but I said something to her about, what's your husband's name? And she goes, "Oh, it's Richard." And the whole class started erupting in laughter. They thought that was hilarious. And it kind of took me a second to put two and two together, but her last name was Miss Head. And she laughed a little. She goes, "You're not going to believe what his name is. It's Richard." And we thought that was pretty funny afterwards. It took me a second, but everybody else got it pretty quick. Richard Head. Who would do that to their kid? Richard Head. Very depressing streaming. Sorry, WM. True story. Joe, I dated a girl in college named Candy Cash, and she wasn't even a stripper. I was kind of disappointed. The bird is the word. So, Joe, I just found out that you're really the Tiger King. I had no clue. I did not know that the Tiger King. Yeah, we were talking about the Tiger King. I was comparing putting Bob Ross on an energy drink can is similar to putting Joe Exotic on a branding of peppermint peppermint bubble gum to freshen your breath. and I had no idea. I kept asking everybody what his name was, what the Tiger's name, King's name was, and they said Joe Exotic, and I said, oh, had no idea. And then they said it's his picture. Well, you guys can't see it, but you know, this is. I guess I could take a screenshot of it. Will this even come up the same size? I don't know. That's about how big it looks. That's what it looks like to me. And I said, it looks like Ren and Stimpy. To me, it looks like I see Stimpy over here and Ren over here. And if I zoom in on it, yep, still looks like Ren and Stimpy. There's Stimpy with his ears. And Ren in the background. I don't know. Can't see it. I've never seen the show, and I don't think I ever will. It's not on my list. No desire. I'll tell you what, WM. If you wanna, I'll do an interview with you, and you can come and help me create some. How about going back and talk about AMC for God's sake? I'll tell you what, I could use secondhand, somebody to reel me in. You want to come on the show? We'll sit here and we'll chat about AMC for a while. 9 hours a day is a long day. We got to find things to talk about throughout the day. Today happens to be kind of one of those depressing kind of days, honestly. So we can't talk about this. What we had happen today is what looks to be a descending, broadening wedge. Typically, the way it works is that your secondary touch point becomes your low and your high. You're over here where it touches the first point. We had 3048 and 2875 were the two numbers. You find the range and then multiply it by 0.6. So when it breaks out, the downwards momentum should drive you down to that value, whatever that may be, which was 2771. We didn't get there. We got down to a low of 2804 and turned around. So not enough pressure. And to be honest with you, I've got two red lines in for today. I got one at 2775, and I've got a middle point here at 3010, and the other line is at 32.45. So the two red lines were to signify two very specific things about AMC. The day for the date for the moving average, 200 MA. Let me get rid of this stuff here. MA. There we go. 200 MA, and let's get rid of the rest of this junk in here. So your 200 MA on the daily interval was at 32.55. This yellow line right here. I view that as the top. That's the level of support that we want to hit to get us really moving upwards fast. We need to break that number. 32.55. The bottom side that I took was the Ichimoku cloud. I can't say it. If I say it fast, it sounds like itchy. I don't know. Itchy. Something's itchy. And the bottom side of that one, of that number, on a 4-hour, ironically, was at 20. I found the middle point between the top here and the top here, which ended up being like 27 something or other. It was 27.76 perhaps. What do I have? Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. 27.75. So we had those two values, and I really feel like if we see this break below 27.75 today, which I don't think is going to happen, we would have had problems maintaining buying pressure because we would have been moving into some dangerous territory. If we would have seen it move up above 32.45, we would have seen huge amounts of buying pressure because that would have been very strong signals for bullish movements. But neither happened, and we stayed below the white line, which is average, which is $30.13 ish, 30.10. So we're, I think today we stayed on the bottom side of these numbers, right? The bottom half of the white line and the red line. Tomorrow, I think what will probably happen, and we'll probably know more based on the pre-market volume. I think volume will still remain kind of low, but I think we'll kind of bounce to the maybe the upper side of wherever the average is. But it will also probably play, max pain will probably play a lot into that movement. But the line is, the bottom side of this line is going to go down here. Tomorrow it actually goes to $27.11, I think. 27.09, perhaps. Yeah, 27.09. So the bars are getting moved down. We'll see what happens. We are currently trading almost down to the base on the Ichimoku cloud. That sounds so weird. It sounds naughty. Ichimoku. Get your ya here. Mocha Chocolata Ichimoku cloud. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're teasing me, WM, because I can't take it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It ain't easy being cheesy. Johan says, and I apologize. I know I'm still probably slaughtering your name. I do apologize. It's us Americans, we're insensitive to the rest of the world and rude. So I apologize for slaughtering your name. Casey, I'm more skeptical than you, looking for a retest of the 21 area and then a bounce up again. All right. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, everybody's got an opinion on where this is going. And you know what opinions are like. It's your opinion's no better than my opinion, in my opinion. and mine's no better than yours, just the same. We're just two apes here. We're two apes here. Hopefully we're apes. I am. And we're just kind of watching this thing as it cooks away. Can we see 26.25 soon, please? You want some more shares, do you? I missed loading. I think you're not the only person. I've had a lot of people ask me, when should I buy? And it's one of the funniest questions to me because I feel like you could try to plan out the best place you could possibly plan to try and buy at, and I don't know, maybe you get lucky, maybe you don't. But ultimately, I think there's always going to be another low for you to get in a little bit cheaper. But if you wait at the same time, you might miss out. So, so there's like, the hard part about it is it's really difficult to tell somebody. It's like there really is no ideal time. It's just you need to try to buy shares when you can buy shares. That's the beauty behind buy and hold. It's just do what you can do. And I've always told people, I don't want you, first off, golden rule number 3, right? Only use a good broker who allows you, no, wait, that's not the right one. Golden rule number 1, not golden rule number 3. Golden rule number 1, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. That's Follow that rule, guys. I'm telling you right now, if you want this to work out for you, follow that rule. If you have more than you should have been putting into this, then maybe you should wait a little while until you're at a point to where you can put in money that's just money that you won't need in the foreseeable future. But the second part to that is that you don't have to buy shares in big chunks. You don't. Don't ever think about buying shares of AMC as being, I have to buy 100 shares, or I have to buy 200 shares, or I have to buy 50 shares. You only have to buy one. That's it. You don't have to. But if you choose to, you can only buy one share. You can choose to do that. And at this point in time, it's a meal for two. So if you're going to skip out on a meal for a week and you buy one a week every single week, for 52 weeks in a row, you end up having 52 additional shares that you never had before. And if they're worth $10,000 when this is all said and done, that's $500,000. So that's how you should be looking at it. Not when can I buy my next load. That sounds really, really bad. You know what I mean. I think he's talking about price. The 24-25 area is looking like an interesting area for potential resistance, possible bounce from there. Sure, it's the hedges I'm concerned about. Well, I'm just saying, Joe. We've been here for almost 52 weeks now. If that's the attitude that people would have taken 52 weeks ago, they would have 52 more shares now. So I'm saying in the future, as time goes forward, don't think about it as like I need to continuously buy big chunks because I don't know when this is going to take off, because you don't know. But every share that you do buy before it does take off is an extra share in your pocket. But yeah, for the price of dinner for two, you could potentially have yourself for 52 weeks. You'd have $500,000. I'd sign up for that. I would sign up for that in a heartbeat. Man, I would get me on board. I want that. That sounds like a good deal. You know, it's so weird. When I just said it out loud 52 weeks ago, if you'd have done this 52 weeks ago, that there was actually 52 weeks ago, there was actually people who were buying into this. It sounds weird to say, but it's true. But it sounds weird. I don't have a floor, Joe. I want to be very clear. I do not have a floor. I know what I'd like to see, but what I'd like to see is not what going to be. That's not what I'm trading on. I fully believe that there's indicators that will tell me when people are selling, and I think I can catch the backside on an uptick, and I think I can get within 15 to 25% of the top. And I think if I follow those indicators and I get there, I've done everything that I possibly could to hold as long as I possibly could. And I think that's the job that I'm supposed to be doing. And it bothered me. It bothered me so much when I kept going to I went to Wall Street Bets in March and kept asking, or February and March, and I was asking everybody, how do you know when to sell on the backside? How do you know what the backside looks like? And nobody could tell me what the backside looks like on a squeeze. They couldn't tell me. So I went and I figured it out. Empire Fire! Empire Fire! Woo, buddy! Empire Fire! I saw you, Empire Fire. I've been waiting to see you again. I've been waiting to see you. Empire Fire, guys, was on Trey's trade video, and I saw him put a message in. I was watching Trey's video, and I saw Empire Fire's name pop up on there. I was like, I know that guy. I know that guy. He's famous. I did. I saw your name. I saw you, and I saw Chico. I saw both of you guys there. It was really it was fun. It was fun seeing you guys' name. It was funny because I wish it had been a live stream that I could have been participating in, and so it got me thinking. The next time Trey does a live while I'm doing a live, I want to go over there, and I want to just I want to do the whole like Spider-Man like pointing meme, like we just like point fingers at him and see how long it takes for him to figure out that we're like that he's got people who are stream sniping him. I don't know, something fun. It would be just kind of fun to do. Even Al from Boston is asking, hi, one-time fee to check and advice on level 2. Well, oh yeah, I've heard about that. He actually did a vote, I think, on Twitter. Would you pay for a fee to get into his thing so you can get rid of shills or bots or whatever? And whatever, guys. Whatever. Like, I'm not doing that to you. That's dumb. That's retarded. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to say the R word. But for crying out loud, guys, I was put into one of those classes when I was younger. I'm not even kidding you guys. But you know what? I'm telling you guys, like, I'm not going to do that to you. I had somebody ask. I'm not going to say who asked. But somebody asked me if I was going to put you guys behind a paywall to stay on the channel during the squeeze. And I hope you guys know me better than that by now. I really do. Because that's not who I am. I'm not going to. In fact, Duncan, who I don't know in person. I only know Duncan because he's like one of the first viewers who ever came onto the channel and stuck with me through this whole thing. And I've talked to Duncan. I've asked him for advice on many occasions. But one of the first things that I said to him, that I told him a long time ago, actually, Duncan, if you're still here, I'd love it if you would say it. What was one of the things that I asked you to do? There was something specifically that I asked you to do. I hope he's still listening. If he's not listening, I'll say it anyways. But there was something specific I asked him to hold me accountable for. Yeah, after we squeeze, Porter, I don't need your cash. What did I say to you, Duncan? What did I tell you to hold me accountable for? Sounds like I just had a package arrive. I got to go get it real quick here. Be right back. He can't remember. No, I told Duncan. I said, whatever you do, don't let me ever, don't ever let me this seem like I'm trying to get money out of people. What in the world? I managed to roll over my Christmas lights that are around my chair. I'll have to fix it later. Yes, and that's the other thing I asked him to do. If I ever go out on a limb, call me out. If I'm ever doing something that is, unusual or different, to call me out on it. 100%. If you can't have a complete stranger call you out for some shenanigans that you're pulling off, then nobody can trust you. I did an interview, Hayden, with Duncan. I did an interview with him and posted it live. There's an interview out with Duncan, so you can see what he looks like. She did wake up, Tim, and I tried to um, obtain the NFT, and then I couldn't figure out where in the world to plug in the key. I thought maybe I could just give you guys my key on here, and you guys could tell me where to put it. I couldn't figure out where to put it. Take this key and put it up. No, I'm just kidding. Joe says after the squeeze, I'm moving next to Casey with my whole squad, and we're gonna ride dirt bikes and quads. Sounds like a good time, man. I've always kind of wanted to buy some dirt bikes and quads. That'd be awesome. No, it doesn't really look like there's gonna be a Christmas rally, Yishin. I don't know, man. I don't check VWAP. If you want to know, if you want, it looks to me it already crossed on the daily on the vortex indicator. You can see the crossing over trying to happen for the last 2 days. Like it was on a very sharp incline, and now it's just on like a holding pattern. I think what's going to happen is we're going to see an explosion. We're going to see an explosion, a secondary explosion here, um, and I just don't know when. Has it ever happened before where prices come up like this, swooped up and touched, and then not actually driven through? Let's go back and check. Maybe kind of right here. Oops, I can't widen that one. Let's widen this one. Can't widen it. There's a touch there that didn't drive through, but it tried to pinch before and never touched. Here's a time. Nope, that was coming from over. Before the June run up, it crossed over and then touched back down before actually taking off. So it actually, why can't I make this bigger? Come on. There you go. Here we were on the bottom side. It wasn't for very long. I mean, we were on a long bottom side down here, kind of switched over a few times, came back down underneath, came back over, signals, and then touches, and then started really taking off after that. And that would be where your explosion happened. And if you look at volume down here at the bottom, you can see where that volume really kind of explodes right there at that point in time. And I think we're really kind of at that point right now. If you kind of move forward in time and see where we're at here with as far in regards to volume goes, we had that explosion of volume and then it just died. But we still got there. On the vortex indicator, we got there on the daily chart. So now we're just waiting for that volume push. There's going to be another volume push here, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but I do think that it will. And for those of you who are going to say it, I know you're probably right around the corner from saying it. I don't even have to probably look over, but this is not acting like most of our other suck, squeeze, bang blows at all. Very abnormal. And I would have to say that today, based off of the numbers that I'm seeing right now, I'm going to go ahead and call it. We're outside the blow. We're in the cool down phase. And I'm going to call it that. I gotta be honest with myself. Does that mean that we have to start all over with the cycles? We might. Let me look and see what the shortest cooldown phase was that we ever had. The shortest cooldown phase that we have ever had was 9 days. 9 trading days. and that was actually the period of time that we had just going into this. Our shortest cycle time, guys, our shortest cycle time that we have ever had on one of these cycles is, I think, 20 days. So if you take the amount of days left in this month and the end of next month and added them all together, that would give you a cycle. So we may be going into some more sucking. But don't you guys worry, because you know what sucking leads to. I did not mean that to come out that way. Oh boy. Man, I'm gonna get in trouble. Stop it. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, I made a wax wallet. I made a wax wallet and I opened it up, and then there was nothing there for me to put it into. Like, I saw no place for me to enter in the code for the wax wallet. I actually forwarded the code to myself, so I know what it is and I can log into our wax account, but actually I could do it right now on the computer. Let's see. How do I log in? I can't even see where to create, earn, games, wax cloud. Wait, what? Wax cloud wallet. Okay. Wax cloud wallet. I logged in on the computer and it sent a code to her. Uh, 2:56, guys. We're getting real close to the end of the day here. Oh, you go back to the Spider-Man link after you do that? Oh. Why did it not say that in the instructions? I don't remember it saying that in the instructions. Now I feel like I can't read. I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at that again. Guys, we're gonna have to wrap it up here. I do have to leave for the movie in a little bit. We got a little bit of a drive to get there. Oh, it didn't say it? No wonder. Well, that was dumb. I'll show you guys what I got tomorrow. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for all your help. Thank you guys for being family, being coworkers. I appreciate it, and you guys know the routine. Eat, sleep, drink. Not in that order, but do it, because you need your brain ready to go for tomorrow, like I need to get warm in the middle of the night in a real bed. So, and if you don't know what that means, you just don't know. But having said that, and I just realized my camera's not on here. Having said that, spend time with your family, spend time with your kids, spend time with your pets, spend time with random internet strangers, killing them in video games. Do something. Get your mind off AMC, but be ready for tomorrow. But whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.